Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Let's get it like this. Hey, everybody. We got word this morning uh, that they were going to start a little early. So it looked like he showed that they were going to start a little early. So here we are. Can you hear me? I'm going to look at this other computer to see what you see. And I hope glad you can't see everything. I can see what all y'all can see from here. Okay. Oh no, Brutus is going to start barking. Brutus, don't be barking. Don't be barking. Hey, y'all. Hey, Mad Donut, Vix Tex, Angela L, Trace on the case. Was crazy yesterday, Tracy. Granny Whisper, Hope Grace, Bewitched, Vix Tex. Yes, welcome to Difficult Research. This channel belongs to Cresha K. Easton, and she is JJ's uh, aunt, biological aunt. She is Kay and Larry Woodcock's daughter. And this channel was created in an effort to find justice for Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe Ryan. So, welcome everyone. Good morning, Sugar Butt Starburst and Tracy Artman. Hey, Bewitched. So, we're waiting on them to start. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to just refresh the page so we don't want to miss anything. It's always a little scary whenever we refresh a page because we're like, Also, hey, Stephanie B. Y'all come on in. Don't forget to hit the like button and invite everybody you know, invite your friends. Tell them to come on over to Difficult Research, a family channel. Bewitched says, we all love to support them on this difficult path through this awful death penalty trial for justice. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Bewitched. Tammy says she's having her coffee. And Tammy, I am too. I just stirred up me a little cup. My mother says I like more creamer than coffee, but here it is. This morning, I got this cup at a yard sale. Can you see what it says on it? It says Utah. I went to it was really an estate sale. A friend of mine was moving, and her husband, one of the last trips they went on was to Utah, and she was selling a bunch of stuff. And I said, I'm going to get that cup to remember Fred by. Fred was a sound engineer, and all of his good equipment was gone by the time I got there. But I did get some really good headset. They're wired ones. They're like this, but they're actually nicer than this. But they're wired to the thing. And my mother have a real long cord, and my mother can watch church on the computer and hear it good and clean. Hey, Jody, Tylee, JJ, Charles, Vallow. What about that guy coming in there and causing Judge Boyce to act up yesterday afternoon? Wasn't that something? I didn't really understand all the reasons why he was there, but he was really carrying on. And that was just part of the day. Mad Donut, hey, morning to you too. Morning, Gina. Trace on the case. Bewitched that after the first of next month, I'll be able to support buying one of her mugs. Thank you, Bewitched. We appreciate everything you do because this is a long road for the family I mean, this is 4 years of things that have happened besides just this trial. You all know, many of you have had lost family members and had grandbabies and babies and got married and got divorced. We've all moved along with life and so many different things. Some of them very like, besides going through all this, Grecia's like Jason was sick. I think Jason was sick whenever Charles got killed. I mean, it's been nothing but just something to just stress you out and make things just a little worse. Okay. Vic's text, it said Judge Boyce was flaming mad. And I thought you said make Judge Boyce a flaming mod. So I thought, well, she wants me to make a flamed up judge emoji. We'll have to work on that. We will have to work on that. And was trying to remember some of the other things I heard yesterday. I still don't know why that guy that I thought that it was just somebody who was just like a Mad Donut says, I had to go back this morning and watch Judge Boyce blow his top on some nobody lawyer that thought it was a good idea to poke the bear. Honestly, though, Pryor should have gotten in trouble too for it. Yes, because he did say that Pryor had contacted him. Maybe not to come there that day, but any way to make things drag out a little longer, Pryor is for, And also Pryor now gets paid for that little bit of work when he wouldn't get paid for anything else. Bewitched said Nate Eaton reported on it earlier and said that Pryor might have been behind it all. Who would think that that's how you like try to get justice, is to play a bunch of games in court and cause trouble? I don't know. I hope they make it through this thing without somebody getting thrown out of it. Okay. And it's another thing. We all want Chad Daybell to get the death penalty or hung by the Wewa or something, because we know he's guilty. We've heard all the stuff before. If you didn't think he was before, after hearing the stuff that we've heard, it's just I forgot what I was going to say about Chad. She's just terrible. I can't even think of how bad I really think that he is, that the whole situation is. Oh, I know where I was going with that. Yesterday, whenever John Pryor was questioning Melanie Gibb about protecting the church, all those people over there at that table who we are on their side, the prosecutor side, we want them to nail Chad and Lori, whoever else they can get for this that did it. I mean, they're letting Melanie Gibb off just to get that dang what was that Reddit email or whatever, just so they can have her to testify about that. I don't know whether she's just a terrible person. I don't know how much she had to do with it. I can't think that she's dumb enough that she did not know what was going on, although she's a pretty good actor at being that. I can't believe I'm calling somebody dumb. I'm going to refresh the sheet because I've probably railed enough about that. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to have a mistrial, but these people, these people can't be out on the street. I know that. Although there's some more of them out on the street. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here and refresh this screen. Don't let it scare you because it'll do like that. Okay, it says they were supposed to start at 8:55 a.m. and it's I guess that would that be 9:55 here? No. But they're waiting on Judge Boyce. I think that's what I heard. They were starting early. Let's see what Nate has to say, because I started this a little early because I was afraid that I didn't want to miss the beginning of it. And I may have jumped the gun on it. Let's see. It doesn't look like Nate has posted anything yet. I hear my mother rolling around. I hope that's a good thing. Does anybody see any other movement on any other channels? Any other of your places that you've been looking? I don't even know what day it is anymore. It's the 19th. Eric Jasper says, it was like this when Pike County massacre. The days they randomly decided to not have court was so aggravating. Trace, sorry, Nate said it was going to be starting at 8. Well, whatever, we're still not that much, we got chat, we got people coming in, we're gathering the people to come on in before court starts today. I don't know why that little line is like that. It bothers me. I wonder if I could do something about it. I don't know what that is. It's that little white line that bothers me. Maybe that way it's not as bad. That may be as bad. I don't like me being that big. I scared myself when I did that. Well, I'm going to see if Nate is posting anything yet. Nothing from Nate yet. This would be better. Yes. I don't like y'all seeing me that big. Okay. Well, later on, maybe Trace will come in and chat with us at 1.2. I would look forward to that. So take my Kate to the bank. I love my Kate. Lamicia says, I think I always have a bit of housekeeping to do every morning. Oh, yeah. Me too. But man, when they start talking, it's like, I can't believe it. I get mesmerized by all the stuff that they're telling. Carolyn Huntego says, good morning, difficult research. That's watch too many Friday nights. Brandy's will do. Okay. Here, that's something different, so I'm going to go change it. There, that's much better. I got my windows open, so you are getting all the sunshine this morning. It's actually cloudy out. But... So it says court's going to start soon. There is a lot of knowledge in this chat. No mistrial. Oh, my Lord. Gina says, Tracy Aikman, I really like Heather. She is a strong woman. Yes. I don't know whether they're going to actually call Heather or just don't want her talking to nobody. Because whenever you're going to be a witness, you're kind of on a gag order too about talking about stuff. So that cuts you out, And, oh my goodness. We're just on standby. That's right. What are your thoughts on the wacky lawyer? What are my thoughts on the wacky lawyer? I don't know. Hey, Janine Hester. I'm doing well. What's going on in the country this morning? Nothing's going on this morning, just kind of a little cloudy, maybe sprinkling a little bit out there. That wacky lawyer, I don't know whether I thought it was like a stunt that people did. I thought like it was something he was just like wanting to put it down because it was a death penalty case, just to be doing it. It's kind of a protest about the death penalty. But somebody else said that he really was a good lawyer. I don't know why he did that. And I just don't know. Hey, KJ, Paisley Dreams, Tracy Artman, Rachel Carter, Jean P., Natalie Huber, Lila Kate Bubkins, welcome. Even if there is some PR behind the scene for the big org. Oh, I lost it. So many comments will come in. Let's see. It does not minimize what Chad and Lolo did in their cauldron or circle. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. When it gets down to it, Lori and Chad and Alex and whoever else the co-conspirators were, they did this. But it doesn't help that they were coddled so in the time leading up to it. That might have helped. KJ says she believes that, I don't know what my mouse is doing. KJ says that she believes that Pryor put that guy up to it. And you know what? That was my first thought about it too. But I was like, if that's so, Pryor will have to give him his money back and then some, because Pryor would have had to pay him to come down there, probably an active fool. So I don't know. Man, it makes me feel not so bad about my spelling. Gene P wants to know, was Ratcliffe attorney one of John Pryor's drinking buddies? It could be. Yeah, Mad Donut. The guy said that that Pryor had called him. I don't know that Pryor meant him to do it at midnight and misspell the words, but Tracy Artman says, Kobe said you can't just go around killing your family, even if you think you're special. Exactly. Don't matter who told her how special she was, she can't be doing that. So I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to refresh that thing a day. You know, Eric Jasper, spelling should count, but it shouldn't count for everything. And as my son told me one time, because I worry about spelling a lot, he was like, go on and write it, come back and edit it. Just don't be in a hurry and forget to edit. So I'm going to refresh this screen. Then I have to do that. Well, that is not what I meant to do. So we'll just wait for it to happen. Lisa Taglaboo says, good morning, everyone. I'm super excited to watch Melanie squirm today. I know this. We've waited 3 years for this. Ever since we heard her and Nate have that conversation, everybody here has wanted to get her in a chair and ask her a question or two. Mad Donut says, I think him and Pryor were sitting drinking, talking about the cause, and he called him and asked him to do it. Well, he'll do anything. Deneen says, hope Gresha, Kay, and Larry are doing good and well as they can be. I know this is just, it's got to be just like having vertigo. Bewitched says, Judge Boyce was more angry than Pryor ever has feigned, and hopefully that will set the mood for the rest of the trial. I thought that was pretty good, Bewitched, how mad. And I thought it was good for both Pryor and Chad to see him get mad about something so that they could see this is no game over here. Let's see what Nate says, if Nate knows anything. Nate, do you know anything? So Nate says, the bailiff courtroom daddy is reminding everyone not to record or take photos or to be sure that all your phones are off. Nate says that it's day 7. They're back in the courtroom. Chad's wearing a light blue shirt and tie, and he's sitting next to Pryor. There's a lot of people in the courtroom. So it's that a lot of people are there. So I'm going to, that's probably more than will go, but I'm going to send it. This is actually me sending that so that y'all will know. Can't wait to see his tie, huh? I mean, yes. Gina says, Lisa's same. She grinds on my nerves. She grinds on my nerves, and I'm a nervous wreck about this anyway. I feel there's no way that Chad can get out of this. Good morning, beautiful people, says North Wildings. Good morning, says Anna Brown. Good to see ya. Y'all come on in. Come on in. Hey, Zero. I'm glad you're here. Court is starting shortly, and we're all going to in a ringside seat. Thank goodness we're getting the cameras. I do wish they would go on and get a little closer to Boyce and Melanie Gibb, and not, maybe another angle that doesn't include the court reporter's head. B, which says, I thought the lawyer was probably drunk filing at midnight on Friday. He's just a procrastinator. He is a procrastinator, that lawyer. And Lamicia says, Honestly, my gut tells me the church research lawyer knew he always loves himself a death penalty. So they, I lost it. It moved before I could finish reading, Lamicia. He always in love himself with death penalty cases, so they thought, perfect, let's use him. Pryor and Chad will use anything they can. Well, maybe that's it. Lisa says, North Wilding says, hugs, Cresha, sending supportive vibes to you. Look, Lisa says, do you guys think that John Pryor will pay these fines since he put that lawyer up to that nonsense yesterday? I don't know. I do not know. Bewitched, the audacity of the defense. Canned ham head, says Tracy Hartman. Let's see. Gene P said, ever since we made fun of Chad wearing a murderous red tie, he's sticking to yellow and blue. I guess he is. Hey, Philly. Hey, Julie Coe. Christy 10. Y'all come on in. Y'all hit that like button while we wait on this thing to start. KJ, I wanted Gibb to stay on the stand all day too, and I hope she stays on the stand all day today. I hope they keep her on the stand over the weekend so she can't run her mouth, and she has to come back on Monday for them to tell her, oh, you can go home, but don't talk to anybody. We might call you back. They won't let me plan everything though. I'll have a little more of my coffee here. Morning, Carrie Ann. I'm so glad you're here. I know you are a hard worker. Like Kate Buggins, come on in. Y'all share this with everybody. The more people we get in, the more that YouTube will recommend it. And if you like it, that helps them to send it places. Hey, Peppermint Patty. Gina 2521. Y'all come on in and recommend us to your friends. Share. Play us on all your devices. Can't race them. Okay, let's see what else Nate says. The bailiff, courtroom daddy. That's pretty fun. Melanie Gibb will be on the stand this morning to continue cross-examination. I know y'all are glad to hear that. I'm going to put that there for everybody to know about. Y'all, no, I do not think Melanie Gibb. I think Melanie Gibb is going to be constipated for a while. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I don't know. That might have been just too over the top. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the screen. Don't let it scare you because it does every time. Crash it, and I see that happen. We think we're going to town, and we're not going to town yet. Gene P says, I'm convinced more than ever that Chin and Lolo were trying to frame Melanie and David for JJ. Well, maybe, but I don't know why, because that always kicks my behind anyway. And, if somebody says, well, so and so did something, I'm always going, well, why would they? So I don't know why they would, but maybe. Bad Dog said, I would find a loophole and charge her if I was the cop. Me too. Cheyenne Penis says, do y'all think John Parr will ask, did you see them hurt JJ? I think he will ask that. JoJo says, hey, JoJo, Pryor will pull anything he wants. He can make Mel admit she's a cold-hearted witch. Chad will still be helped. And this is about conspiracy. So he is going, I think she said, let's see, I missed it. Goodness. He's going to prison. Thank you. Thank you, JoJo. Bewitched says, Lamisha, yeah, paying 10% on the gross for funny handshakes, a new name, made up words, yeah, that would be a total turnoff if the intendants were properly informed in advance. Yes, it would. Deneen Hester says, MG and, okay, that would be Melanie Gibb and David Warwick knowing more about that night than they're telling. Yes, they do. And I don't know. I do not understand why anybody would want to cover that up. I mean, it's a terrible thing when you discover somebody is doing something wrong, even if it's not illegal, if it's just, ethically wrong, it plays with your head because you have invested a certain amount of trust in the people. I'm just talking and talking.
Good morning, everybody. Who else slept like a champ last night? I fell asleep right after all that. Woke up at 11 and I was like, oh my God. Yeah. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I woke up on a roll and said, well, let's do it one more time this week.
Let's do this shit. Yeah. I know.
Who hopes that Melanie Gibb will have to come back on Monday to finish Cross? How many would like for her to? Yes, me too.
He's on Forever Cross. I was thinking because I was listening to a bunch of different creators. And just the fact that we get more answers, like if let's just say, and this is just me from a family perspective, not really caring about the outcome, and I mean, I do care about the outcome, but there's this big part of me that just wants answers. And I feel like if Melanie is served by the defense, I know it would suck, but I mean, I guess I really don't know. But I feel like we get so many more answers that way, just like by pulling it out of her butt. Although I don't think we'll ever get the truth. But they kind of do that. Is he going to serve David? Is he going to serve Zelima? Is he going to serve Audrey? It's all these things went through my mind,
And Audrey, I want her and Chad's text to come in. I don't know if they will or not, but I listened to your little video you put up this morning as a refresher on Audrey, and apparently her and Chad she was friendlier to Chad than the others.
Even after he went to jail. She was going to visit, according to Sean Little Bear's interview with Lauren. That's what he said in that interview. Plus, she was on the grand juries. I mean, just the whole thing about her not mentioning that until not even when she was, called up by the state. She never mentioned it there. I think they went through one, what do you call that? Cross-examination or redirect. And then it went back to the state. And then that's when that came out, like I think once it went back to the defense, I have to go check, but it's like she didn't like automatically like put that out there. It's like that's why it makes me think that she got or she felt perhaps threatened and like I'm just going to seal the deal right here, you know? So I wish I could believe her, but I just nothing that they've said and or have done have led me to believe them, you know?
You know, it's a funny thing about her. The people, either people believe her
I know
or
my
they don't
mom
believe
does.
her at all. There's a few people that don't believe her at all. I mean,
M
but there's
I
hardly
don't.
nobody, there's hardly nobody on the fence about it. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Like with Melanie Gibb, a lot of people were on the fence at first. They were like, "Oh, thank God she came forward." And then as time goes on, people are realizing that like, "Oh, crap, she
When
knows a
she
whole
got to
lot
this,
more."
if you listened to that thing twice, you wouldn't have got to the second paragraph till you'd be going, have way more questions than you did answers.
And Sherry Dowdle, the call she made to that Melanie Gibb made to Sherry Dowdle, I was like, "Oh, girl." You
She
know,
had
she
that look on her face that was like, Tylee's really dead.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Like, what look is that, Melanie? You know? What can you show us what that look is? Because I mean, if somebody looks at me, I'm not just automatically gonna assume their kids are dead or anybody's dead. Yeah, you know what I mean? That to me was also weird. So many weird things. I was just trying to finish up watching Natalie Lawyer Chick had done, like, a live stream a couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago, comparing Ruby. Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have all 18. Yes. Okay. Okay, we're on the record again on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence this morning. The case in chief still presented by the state. The court notes that we do have all 18 jurors have returned and each have signed their juror affirmations this morning. So if we're ready to continue with evidence, it's cross-examination of Ms. Gibb this morning, who has returned on the witness stand. Is the state ready to proceed and have the jurors brought in
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with that. And as I mentioned to council, we'll discuss as the day moves along what time we might conclude for the day, but we'll see how things are going in terms of length of this witness and the next. So if we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time, please, Mr. Bailiff. Four eyes, please.
Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the case. Ms. Gibb is on the stand, having been previously sworn yesterday. This is continuing cross-examination. The court notes the presence of all 18 jurors properly seated as well. And the court will also indicate that each of the jurors has completed their juror affirmation for the morning. So thank you all for following the court's continuing admonition and instruction in that regard. With that, if we're ready to continue with cross, you can go ahead and take the podium, Mr. Pryor, and we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Before you begin your cross, Mr. Pryor, I'll just inquire of the witness. First, I'll remind you, you are still under oath, Ms. Gibb, and I'll ask, did you review anything about the case or your testimony or discuss your testimony with anyone else since last night when we concluded? Okay. She indicated no. So with that, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you can do that now.
Ms. Gibb, I want to go over just a couple of preliminary matters if we could first to start there, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
The first thing is you never did provide a hair sample to any law enforcement agency in this case. Is that right?
Correct.
You never turned over your phone or was requested to turn over your phone to any law enforcement agency. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were never requested or did turn over any email accounts or social media accounts to law enforcement at their request. Is that correct?
Correct.
You did, however, in 2021, provide a DNA sample to a Rexburg or a Fremont County officer a couple of years after this alleged incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about an organization that I think you're affiliated with called Seven Gatherers. Are you familiar with the term Seven Gatherers?
I'm not.
You're not. Okay. Initially, there was some discussion about Chad and Lori. Obviously, we're getting very close during the early parts of January and February of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did they talk about having a plan to spend their lives together?
At some point they did.
Do you recall when that was?
I would say they kind of talked about it in the beginning of the relationship about being part of the head of the 144,000. I would say within a month or two. I'm not sure exactly the day.
Well, I appreciate the religious references, but I was talking more on a personal note that they were planning if when Tammy passed away that they were going to spend their lives together. Did you ever overhear that kind of a discussion?
I guess kind of. Yeah.
And on that note, we previously touched on the fact that Chad and a number of his speaking engagements prior to even knowing Lori Vallow spoke about his, and I want to use the right word, his premonitions, I guess, about Tammy not having a long life. Recall that?
Yes.
And you were present for at least a couple of those, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it was also common knowledge that Chad had openly discussed the fact that he felt his wife was not going to live long well before he ever met Lori Vallow, right?
Right.
Okay. And in fact, you touched on that when you had one of your text message conversations with Prosecutor Wood. You had mentioned that, do you recall having that discussion?
It's possible, but I don't recall it.
Okay. Is it possible that you told him that Chad made it known to a lot of his close friends that he knew that Tammy wasn't going to live long?
Yes.
Okay, and we don't need to go into that. Okay. Now, at no time did Chad Daybell ever tell you that he intended to do harm to Tammy Daybell, did he?
Correct.
And in fact, at no time did Chad Daybell ever tell you that he intended to do harm to JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan.
Correct.
Okay. So this plan that they had to spend their lives together would only have occurred if either Chad divorced Tammy Daybell, or that if the premonition was accurate and Tammy had passed away, that they would be able to spend their lives together, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to the discussion in late November when you claim that you got a call from Chad about not wanting to talk to the police, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to put a little foundation in this, on the weekend of the 19th through the 23rd, you were at Lori Vallow's townhome that night, right?
Are you talking about November?
September of
Oh.
19th through the 23rd, you were at,
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
just putting a little foundation in place. You were at there, and then part of that was to go to a seminar. There were a number of other things as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in your eyes, that was the last time that you saw JJ Vallow alive, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you later come to learn that the prosecutors and the state's allegations are that JJ was murdered at or around the time that you folks were there for that podcast?
I wasn't aware of that.
You've never become aware of that?
I wasn't aware that they were murdered. I knew that the word was missing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And subsequently, you've learned that the allegation is that there's an alleged murder that took place at or around the weekend of the 19th through the 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that Chad Daybell called you and said, don't talk to the police. Is that what it
Correct.
was on the 19th? And do you remember the date of that?
I remember it was 2 or 3 days before Thanksgiving. So it's in November, whenever the Thanksgiving was.
And would the 25th of November ring a bell possibly?
It's possible.
Okay. Okay. Now, prior to November 23rd, did you have any phone conversations with Lori Vallow giving you a warning that Chad was going to call you?
No.
Okay. But when Chad spoke with you at that time, he did tell you that Lori was going to get a hold of you afterwards, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, Miss Gibb, isn't it true that on November 25th of 2019, Chad Daybell contacted you and specifically asked you, where is JJ Vallow?
And no.
Okay. And yet, during that conversation, he told you that Lori was going to be contacting you, right?
That's right.
And then after that, did Lori contact you?
She did.
And what was the discussion, Miss Gibb?
She told me that the police had come asking for JJ and that she had told them that I had JJ and that I needed to go to a movie called Frozen, take some pictures.
Okay.
Back.
So your denial of the fact that Chad called you, you're denying the fact that Chad Daybell called you on the 25th, seeking out information as to where JJ Vallow is. You're denying that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But yet Lori Vallow calls you back
Mhm.
after Chad Daybell and says, I need you to cover for me and tell the police that you have JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But Mr. Daybell also during that conversation said, you're going to hear from Lori.
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you, I told Chad that JJ was with you and go along with this story?
I don't believe so.
Okay, but you don't know for sure, do you?
I can't remember. I can't recall all the words I said to
Oh,
her.
okay. All right. Okay, fair enough. And then was it that day or was it the next day that the police officers called you?
It was the same day.
Okay. And at that point, you told them that you had JJ Vallow, didn't you?
Not initially, but by the end of the day, yes.
Okay. You basically told them during that day that you had possession of JJ Vallow. Is that right?
I said I had him and then I didn't have him.
Well, no,
That's
we're
the
going to go
words I
one at a
used.
time,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
At the first opportunity to have discussion with the police and discuss where JJ Vallow was, you told them you had JJ Vallow.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm having some difficulty with the fact that Chad's trying to cover something up. And yet after a phone call from Lori discussing to tell them that you had JJ, you suddenly go along and say, yes, I had JJ Vallow.
Your Honor, objection. This is a narrative. I'd ask to strike.
Sustained.
All right. And then at some point subsequent to that point, you decided to tell the police, well, I lied about this because I was having an emotional issue with how to deal with this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take you for you to have that emotional reflection to go back to the police and tell them, I'm not going along with this lie that Lori and I came up with?
A few weeks.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Well, it's already been answered by the witness. It's late, overruled.
Okay. Couple of weeks it took you to decide that I better tell the police the truth, right?
Right.
Okay. And then at some point you said that you decided to go and excuse me. You decided to go to the police to let them know what really happened. And that was the 2 weeks later, right?
However many times it was, how many weeks, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. And then at some point yesterday, you testified that without talking to any law enforcement, you then took it upon yourself to record the conversation between you and Lori, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Gibb, and that occurred on about the 8th of December of 2019. Does that sound correct?
If you're referring to the recording, yes.
Recording, yes.
Mhm.
Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall having a call to Ray Hermosillo?
Yes.
Right. And well, your testimony previously was, or yesterday was that you didn't talk to anybody from the police department before you made that call, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
You testified that you did not call or talk to anybody with law enforcement prior to recording that call to Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This misstates her testimony.
I'll sustain that objection.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement prior to making that recorded call to Chad and Lori?
I wasn't aware of the dates, so I'm not sure exactly when those dates were.
Oh, so are you saying you did talk to law enforcement?
I did.
Oh, prior to it, right?
I'm not sure of the dates.
Okay. Well, would it refresh your recollection that there were 2 calls to the Rexburg police with Ray Hermosillo on the 6th of December and the 7th of December? Does that spark your memory a little bit?
No, I don't recall the dates.
Okay.
It's just your memory, not mine.
And you don't have any recollection of talking to the police beforehand then, right?
Beforehand, what?
Before you recorded the call to Chad?
I could have, or after, or before. I didn't recall the timing.
Well, isn't it true you testified yesterday that you didn't talk to the police when it was inquired?
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
So you did talk to the police on the 6th and 7th with Ray Hermosillo by phone before you made that phone recording to Chad and Lori, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She's already said she doesn't recall the dates.
I'll overrule that if she has any additional answer.
Ma'am?
You want to repeat the question, Mr.
Oh.
Potter?
There was contact with law enforcement before you made that recording, right?
There was contact. I don't recall the time.
Okay. And you don't even recall the date, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, during that phone call, I touched on this yesterday a little bit. And Lori's comments on the phone call were, I had to move her somewhere else. You recall that?
Sounds familiar. Yes.
I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do.
Right.
I love you so much. I know you, and you said, I know you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I noticed during the phone call that the majority of the conversation was between you and Lori. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that the only time Chad got on the phone call is when he was talking about, his premonition about Tammy, and that he feels that someone's trying to jump on him as a result of this issue between you and Lori. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. The call speaks for itself and that misstates what was in the call.
Sustained.
But you would agree with me that Chad was really not a primary or significant portion of that call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things I took note of during the phone call was that Lori made the comment, you more than anyone else knows the truth when she was talking to you. Do you
Yeah.
recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that was a way for her to hide the fact that Miss Gibb, you and Lori Vallow know the truth about what happened to JJ Vallow on the 23rd of September, correct?
No.
Okay. How about the 22nd of September, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that Lori was being very vague on that phone call because Chad was there and she didn't want Chad to know that you were going to talk about the murder of JJ Vallow?
I have no idea what her agenda was.
Okay. Now, ma'am, there's been some reference to names, people using different names, Chad, Lori, yourself, and the name James and Elena came up, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that.
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the fact that that was a novel that Chad was writing about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. So that all of that discussion about James and Elena was Chad using one of his personal experiences, maybe not a proper experience, but an experience about his relationship with Lori, and he assigned names to those two folks, correct?
I wouldn't know his agenda.
Okay. Now, you also had a nickname as well, right?
Yes.
Phoebe?
Yes. That sounds
Okay.
familiar.
You went by Phoebe? It sounds familiar?
Very occasionally she would say that.
Okay.
Yes.
And Judge, this slide I'm about to show comes from Exhibit 7D, which was previously admitted by stipulation of the parties. I can show it to counsel if you'd like. talking about the Elmo, and I'll try to navigate through that if I can. We'll see how well we do there.
Is this defense exhibit 70?
It is Defense Exhibit 7, Judge, and
Oh,
subsection D.
7. Okay.
7, I'm sorry, 7. There,
That Elmo has both a light and a zoom in out feature on it, Mr. Pryor.
warming up, Judge. Perfect. Can I have you stand here for me? Okay. So you previously discussed the fact that you never talked about dark portals or dark lives and things like that, correct?
Well, I didn't go around teaching them to people that I can recall.
Okay, well, this is an email. I'll represent this as an email from Lori Vallow to you, and it says Phoebe. And then you responded with the email below, and I apologize for the print on there, but if you could read from thanks and go down to the bottom to me.
Thanks. I love you so much. I'm going to teach you right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark portals.
Now, I will represent to you that that was an email that was put together and it was from you to Lori Vallow. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that email.
Okay. But in that email, you're talking about teaching people about dark portals. Correct?
It sounds like she said she was going to teach me.
Do we need to look at it again? Judge, could I approach the witness with the exhibit?
If you've got a printed copy, you can have the bailiff take the exhibit to the witness.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Ms. Gibb, have you had a chance to read that?
Yes.
Mr. Bailiff, could I have that returned to me, please?
That exhibit, Mr. Pryor, based on sidebar, we're going to designate Defense Exhibit 7C is what was just published to the jurors and given to the witness.
Now, Ms. Gibb, the date of this email from Lori Vallow to you was dated 7/25 of 2019.
Okay.
Okay. And at that time, you were in the process at about that time, very time, on the way to a mountain retreat camp to teach that in the next few days, right at the time you sent this, correct? Remember that?
No,
You don't remember that?
I don't remember anything about me teaching anybody anything like that.
Okay. So you're denying the fact that you and Ms. Vallow had a conversation and you talked about teaching and shutting off dark spirits or dark portals, right?
Incorrect. She shared that.
Oh, she shared that with you.
No, that text says that she wanted to teach me. It had nothing to do with what I responded to that I can see from that text.
Well, forgive me, but the text says, I'm going to teach right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark spirits. So it's your contention then that you're not Phoebe, right?
Well, I gathered from that conversation that she was sharing that with me.
Well, I gather from the conversation that you were sharing that with her. So we have a disagreement, don't we?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
So your position is you never talked or taught in any camp. Is that right, about dark portals? Is that what you're
That's
testifying to?
correct.
Okay. Now, you also previously testified that you never discussed dark and light or super dark or different levels of dark and light. Is that right?
I discussed it at times with probably people in the inner circle, but I didn't go around teaching it that I can recall.
I didn't ask about teaching. I said that you had discussions with people about light and dark then, right?
Right.
So that's not a term that's not unfamiliar to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say the inner circle, does that include Mike James?
No,
Okay, so you never had a discussion with Mike James about super dark and dark, is that right?
not to my recollection.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection that on November 12th of 2019, you contacted Lori Vallow complaining about Mike James and someone named Nancy being super dark? Does that refresh your recollection?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And if I were to show that to you, would that help you refresh your recollection?
It doesn't matter to me. Regardless, I just don't recall it.
Okay, well, Mr. Bailiff, could you provide this to Ms. Gibb?
They're just bringing out what we already know.
Ma'am, when you're done reading that, would you set that or give that back to the bailiff, please?
Okay.
Give it back to the bailiff, please. Mr. Bailiff, if I may, please. So you saw this. Does this refresh your recollection, Ms. Gibb?
No,
It doesn't.
I don't recall.
Okay, well, do I need to show it to you again and ask? you-
I can read it and I see what it says. I just don't recall that text.
Okay, so you don't recall talking about Mike James and asking for a favor and mentioning that someone named Nancy is super dark, but obviously there was that conversation, right?
According to that text, but I don't recall that text.
Okay. And talking about being violent and bad language.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. You're not denying that this text exists, are you?
No, I just don't
Okay.
recall it.
You just don't recall talking about super dark. So when you gave your testimony that you never really preached or talked about super dark or super light or anything like that, is that still accurate?
I don't recall talking to people outside of the inner circle about that.
Okay, well, that's Mike James, and you just told me Mike James is not in the inner circle.
He's not.
So that's somebody you were talking to Lori about, and it was based on a discussion about light and dark, right?
Right.
So you did talk outside your inner circle about this, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Incorrect? Well, Mike James isn't in your inner circle.
No.
Mike James is unloading on me and says Nancy is super dark. So are you suggesting that, oh, it was just Mike James saying the super dark and you were just listening? Is that what you're saying?
I don't recall how I felt at that time or what he was saying context. I just have no memory of that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and your lack of memory is
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. These have been asked and answered, and this is a narrative.
This last question was not a question. It was argumentative. It's sustained.
Judge, and I think I'm going to move on. Okay.
Sure.
You mentioned about castings,
Right.
and it's your testimony that prior to meeting Lori Vallow, you never engaged in castings. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. But then when you met Lori Vallow, you started the process of engaging in castings.
Correct.
And you mentioned that as part of castings, physical violence to anyone was never part of the solution there, right?
Correct.
The solution was to engage in castings and pray to have evil spirits leave the body of the people you believe are possessed.
Correct.
Death was never in the equation for castings. Is that right?
I guess they eventually said that they would pass on if the evil spirits would leave.
So is that something that's consistent with your LDS faith?
No.
But you engaged in that conduct, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody force you to engage in that conduct?
No.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. We previously talked about you going to Hawaii to visit Lori in 2019. Okay. Did Lori pay for your flight on that trip?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Don't recall, right? Okay. But Tylee was not there. That would you recall?
Not when I was there.
There were occasions when Lori would pay for people's flights. Do you recall that ever occurring?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you ever have a discussion with Lori about paying for Chad's flight to speak in Arizona?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. I want to go back over the timeline a little bit about the weekend of the 19th through the 23rd. Okay.
Okay.
You arrived in Idaho Falls on the 19th. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
That was a Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Lori picked you up at the airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was Alex there as well?
He wasn't in the car. No.
Okay. You also, on that Thursday, in a previous interview with law enforcement, mentioned that you went to a restaurant immediately upon arriving in Idaho Falls on that Thursday.
That's right.
And that restaurant, if I recall, was a Johnny Carino's. Does that ring a bell?
I just know it was an Italian restaurant.
Okay. Okay. At that point, was JJ with you too when you went to Johnny Carino's?
I don't recall seeing him there.
Okay. Do you recall that Lori had hired a babysitter that day?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. And Alex was with you because the JJ was with a babysitter, right?
I believe he met us at the restaurant.
Okay, okay. Okay. Then after you were at the restaurant, do you recall that the two of you then went to a Walmart?
Mhm. I don't recall.
Okay, it's possible you went to a Walmart afterwards, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And then you, after going to Johnny Carino's and going to the Walmart, it was relatively late that night, correct?
I feel like it was in the afternoon.
Okay, is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. But then is it your testimony that the remainder of the day you and Lori spent time together, you didn't see Chad, correct?
I don't recall if Chad came over or not. I just know I was with her.
And that was Thursday, we're correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then we move on to Friday. Do you recall going to a place called the Gravity Factory on
It's
Friday?
some jump place.
I think that's
Yeah.
what that was,
Yeah, I
right?
do recall going there.
Talked about that with law enforcement, right?
Yes,
I think you called it like a jump house or something like that.
like that.
Do you remember about what time you folks went to the jump house on Friday?
Well, I'm not sure it was Friday, but it was daylight outside.
Okay. Well, we know that it wasn't Thursday because we already discussed Thursday, correct?
I can't say if it was or wasn't. It could we could have done it on Thursday.
You could have.
Yeah, I don't recall when we actually went.
Okay. So you recall telling law enforcement in an interview that on Friday you went to the jump house or to the Gravity Factory? Do you recall telling law enforcement?
I don't recall the date I shared with them.
Okay. And you don't recall what time you went to the Gravity House or the jump house, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. On the Friday morning, do you recall going anywhere Friday morning?
I just know specific things we did. I just can't always recall exactly what day it was.
And then do you recall that after you had spent amount of time, before we get there, the jump house, that wasn't for you and Lori, right?
Correct.
That was for JJ?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't recall the number of hours you spent at the jump house, do you?
I would say it was maybe around 2 hours.
Okay. And that was, and my recollection is that was in Idaho Falls, correct?
I don't know where it was.
Oh, you don't remember?
I don't.
Okay. And then after the jump house, you and Lori and JJ oh, by the way, was Alex there too at the jump house with you guys?
I remember he came and went. He brought some pizza, I believe.
Well, you guys went out for pizza, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
You didn't bring pizza.
I felt like he brought something in. That's just my memory.
Right.
Yeah.
What happened is you went to the jump house and then isn't it true you afterwards Alex came by and then all of you went out to have a bite to eat for dinner at a pizza place, correct?
I don't recall what day it was, but we did go out for pizza one night.
And then after you went out for pizza, you went back to the townhome, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, you went back because you had to gather your things to go pick up Dave, right?
I didn't have to pick up Dave.
Well, who picked up Dave?
No one.
He drove in?
Yes.
I was under the impression Dave flew in.
No.
Okay. That Dave flew in, that's not correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And then on Friday evening, the folks in the townhouse that evening were you and Dave,
Correct.
your boyfriend at the time, Lori and Alex,
Yes.
and JJ.
And JJ. And I think Chad was there too.
Oh, how long was Chad there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it possible that Chad wasn't there?
It's possible.
Okay. And then do you recall if Alex and your boyfriend at the time were playing Guitar Hero on a video game?
They were playing. I remember watching it. I might have at some point just jumped in a little bit and danced a little bit.
Okay, we don't, that's okay.
Mhm.
But the two of them had spent a considerable amount of time that Friday night playing Guitar Hero, Alex and Dave, correct?
No, I don't believe Dave ever did.
Oh, Dave watched Alex play?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. And then we go on to Saturday. You got up in the morning and prepared to go to this firm foundation thing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember in one of your text messages to Prosecutor Wood that you mentioned that you were there at the firm foundation for about 10 hours taking pictures? Do you recall talking to Prosecutor Wood about that?
I don't recall talking to him about that.
Is it possible you spoke to him about that?
It's possible.
Okay. So you were at the firm foundation and you said you were there for about 10 hours, correct?
I think I was. I just don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall that it was rather late at night on Saturday when you got done with the firm foundation? correct?
Yes, yes.
And you didn't see Chad that night either, did you?
I don't recall seeing him.
Okay, right. So then we go on to Sunday. And you and Dave slept in that morning, correct? Recall that?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Anyway, you woke up late, apparently, and Lori,
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the prior testimony in counsel's, it's a narrative.
Sustain.
is it possible you slept in till late Sunday morning?
No,
It's not possible?
I don't sleep in.
Okay, thank you.
According to Lori's text to Alex.
And then, do you recall that Lori gave you a haircut that Sunday?
Yes,
Okay, and how long did that take?
a few hours because she colored my hair too.
Okay, so that was Sunday morning, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and do you recall about what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Sometime in the morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you folks went to have lunch that after she cut your hair, correct?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Okay. Did you stay in the townhouse and bring lunch in?
I don't remember how the food was. I don't remember her having a lot of food. She might have made something. I don't remember.
Okay, but at that point, you hadn't seen Chad Daybell Sunday morning, correct?
No, I saw him Sunday morning.
You did? When was that?
Shortly after we went to this field behind a church building. So sometime in the morning. I felt like it was in the morning. Could have been late morning, but it was sometime.
Do you recall discussing with Lori that after Chad gets out of church Sunday afternoon, we'll go out and look at a piece of property? Do you recall having that conversation with Lori?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Okay, so is it possible you're just confused about the facts and the time to go visit the land was really early to late afternoon on Sunday?
I felt like her seeing a piece of land that I talked about first, and then going to see that land for sale was second. That's just my memory.
Oh, so you went to see a piece of land with Lori first?
Well, I wouldn't consider, it was just this empty field that was behind a church, but it wasn't for any purpose of being purchased.
So you were traveling to the you were traveling to the piece of property that you were going to go look with Alex and David, but you were traveling with Lori at that point, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. It's a narrative. I'd move to strike.
Overruled.
You were traveling with Lori to go look at the piece of property with the real estate person, correct?
No.
Who were you traveling with?
Mm, I don't know who I was traveling with. I think maybe Dave and I were in the truck and we drove over there. I don't remember.
You don't remember. So it's possible that you were traveling with Lori as well, right?
No.
Okay, so you remember you weren't with Lori.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. But you had mentioned that you and Lori went to see a piece of parcel first.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you went to look at another piece of property, correct?
Correct.
And then Chad was meeting you at that second piece of parcel, correct?
Correct.
And then do you recall you told in an interview to law enforcement that Chad was still in his church clothes at that point?
Could be.
Okay. Well, do you remember that or not?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. So it's possible that you told law enforcement that Chad was in his church clothes in the afternoon when he went out to see the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you did see Chad at the property at that point, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one we're really sure about, right?
I'm sure about both of them, but yes, he was at that one.
You're sure? Which is the other one that you're so sure about?
The one that we just talked about, the prior one,
Prior one about what?
the parcel that we went to first.
Okay. Oh, Chad was there too?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then afterwards, you went back to the townhome, correct?
It, I think so, but I don't recall for sure.
Okay. And Chad didn't go with you back to the townhome, did he?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then at that point, you were getting prepared for your podcast that you were going to do that night, right?
We didn't prepare for that till the evening.
Okay. And again, on a Sunday evening, Chad wasn't there for the podcast, correct?
Correct.
And then just to clarify again, after you did the podcast, that was late in the, well, it could have been as late as Saturday or excuse me, Monday morning, but it was after midnight sometime, right?
I'm not sure if it was after midnight. I just know it was around that time.
Okay. And then and then we'll move on to Monday. On Monday, you departed
Mhm.
and left for to go back home. Is that correct?
No.
What did you do on Monday?
Dave and I drove to Pocatello to see his son.
Okay. And you left at about 9:30.
That sounds about right.
Isn't it true that you and Alex and Dave drove by Chad's property Monday morning?
No.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Ms. Blake, you can conduct redirect if you'd like.
No, that's already up there. But it has to be. It's going to be put in. Yeah. I like it the same. I'll find it. Mr. Bailey.
All right, sorry, Ms. Blake, we are labeling the one that was specifically referenced as 7C and putting a mark on that. I know it's a sub part of a generally admitted exhibit, but 7C. mark the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to wait.
Yes, we'll get that straightened out. Thank you.
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Gibb, we've asked you a lot of stuff from the years of 2018, 2019. Have you done your best to recall the facts?
Yes.
With regard to Lori, we talked about your relationship with her. And at times, I think you indicated you had daily contact,
Right.
and at times it was more sporadic.
Correct.
But this contact with her spanned over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
You were asked if you thought Chad believed that he could see visions. And I think you said yes, that was your understanding.
Yes.
Did Chad ever indicate to you that he had visions?
Well, he shared them publicly, so yes.
So Chad shared that he did have visions.
Yes.
You were asked yesterday about the term vibration.
Yes.
Did Chad and Lori ever use the term vibration?
Yes.
How did they use it?
They used it in a way to express their what they thought their knowledge was about being translated.
And when we talk about that, did your level in translation equate with the vibration number?
Yes.
What did they teach regarding that?
So the higher the number, the closer to the body being in a translation state.
And what did they talk about in relation to a translated state?
Your body would be changed in a way that you wouldn't have to eat or, I don't know, drink, but I don't know, your body's just more, I guess, stronger, powerful.
And you wouldn't need some of the things that, generally speaking, mortals or bodies need to survive. Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah.
You were also asked some about light and dark, and you were asked about energy work as well. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that some people may have a glow
Judge, I'm
about
gonna
them?
object. It's leading.
Sustain.
Your Honor, and I think, if I may respond.
Well, you can ask another question, but it is redirect, not recross. So that was the leading question.
I guess that's what I wanted to be heard on.
Go ahead.
I think there was some agreement to allow defense to go outside the scope of direct. And I do think questions were asked that opened this avenue.
Judge, could we approach?
That's not necessary. I'll make a ruling. There was some discussion, and to the extent that there was additional cross outside the scope of direct, then it would be appropriate for leading on your redirect, Ms. Blake, on those topics. So I'll after reconsideration overrule that objection because it was a topic essentially brought up anew in cross, so I will allow some leading, Ms. Blake. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say that some people may have a glow about them?
Yes.
And is that a little bit different than the light and dark that Chad and Lori taught?
I think so.
You were asked about your communication with the prosecutors.
Yes,
And you acknowledge you had communication with the prosecutors.
that's right.
Did anything about that communication alter your memory of the events?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Sorry, did it change what you recall from the events with Chad and Lori, your communication with the prosecutors?
Well, no.
Did you ever personally observe Lori and Chad on the phone together?
Yes,
And were you with Lori when those conversations would happen?
yes.
Were you ever able to overhear some of the conversations?
Just a little bit.
After Lori would get off the phone with Chad, would she ever tell you what they talked about?
Yes.
And when she'd tell you what they talked about, would she share with you things Chad taught or told her?
Yes.
And you were asked about in these, whether or not Chad had ever indicated to you that he intended to physically harm Tammy. And I think you said he'd never indicated that.
That's right.
And you also said he never indicated a specific intention to harm Lori's kids. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was it that would label someone dark or a zombie again?
Chad.
And and once someone was labeled a zombie or dark, what was going to happen to their body? As
Um,
Chad and Lori taught it.
If they could cast the evil spirit out, the body would naturally die.
So if someone was dark or a zombie, they were going to die.
Yes. Well, maybe. I mean, not everybody. They knew.
But that was the teaching. If the casting was successful, the body would die.
Right. Right.
And JJ was labeled dark or a zombie.
Yes.
Tammy was labeled dark or a zombie.
Yes.
Charles was labeled dark or a zombie.
Yes.
And Tylee was labeled dark or a zombie.
Yes.
You were asked about that phone call, the recording from December 8th of 2019.
Yes.
And to be clear, did law enforcement ask you to record that?
Never.
Do you recall hearing Chad on there telling you that you may be in danger?
Yes.
As Lori talked, did Chad ever jump in and correct her? That you recall?
Say that again.
Did Chad ever jump in to correct Lori when you were on that call?
I don't recall that.
And Chad was there with her for the call. We could hear him, correct?
Correct.
And Lori tells you JJ's okay.
Correct.
You were also asked about when Chad called you around Thanksgiving. Do you
Yes.
recall that call in 2019?
Yes.
And do you recall what Chad told you or asked you to do at that time?
He asked me not to pick up the phone when the police would call.
Do you recall asking him if JJ was with Kay?
Yes.
And what was Chad's response?
No. The answer was no.
So Chad knew he wasn't with Kay.
Yes.
When that phone call was placed to you by Chad, did you know JJ was missing at that time?
I guess, no, I didn't.
So when Chad first tells you not to talk to the police, you actually don't know JJ's been reported as missing.
Correct. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Judge, I have just a couple of items on recross.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Pryor. I'll ask some recross.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Why? I'm gonna talk like they do on the Golfing Channel. Just kidding. Right? I think that we need KJ to redo Melanie and David's little. I need you to poke holes in it. I need to re-see it, or I need to watch the old one you did, because that one helped me out so much. I was like, oh my God. Y'all, I'm praying. I'm like praying. They took part. Straight up. It's apparent. It's obvious. It's as obvious as Chad's chin there. Truth will come out. Something far more dark, far more sinister, right? How about that for some dreams? Y'all, David Warwick he's been speaking on the circuit longer than Chad. Okay, right there next to Tom Harrison. We're going to talk about the seven witnesses, and I don't know what seven gatherers is, but seven witnesses is Val Brinkerhoff. I've been talking to y'all about the go no more out, sin no more, different beliefs from Val Brinkerhoff. That's seven witnesses. I feel kind of validated right now when I just said that. It don't make me feel better. It just makes me feel a little validated. They're all corrupt. You're right. I love y'all's comments. Thank y'all so much. All right, let me shush. Game on. Just like on.
All right, Mr. Pryor, we discussed the scope of recross. Please keep it on those topics and you can continue. With the microphone, Mr. Pryor, please.
Hey, Judge. Ms. Gibb, you talked about the fact that you participated in castings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of your participation in castings, you knew the intent of what a casting was used for was to rid the body of evil spirits, correct?
Correct.
But then you just testified with the prosecuting attorney that you also knew that at successful completion of the casting, the human body would die. So you knew that when you were doing this castings, that apparently you were ending the life of a human body. Isn't that correct?
I had no idea what really the result would be.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the theory.
Okay. But you just said that the purpose of castings was when the prosecutor asked you about that it would end the life of a human body, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, misstates the prior question from the state.
Sustain. All right, that concludes the recross then. That will conclude the testimony of Ms. Gibb. I believe she's under subpoena from the defense also, but I don't know that there's nothing covered that where I allowed the extended scope of cross. Do you intend to recall her, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I want to keep her under subpoena at this point because if other issues come up and I need Ms. Gibb to come back, I spoke with the prosecutor about how I can communicate with Ms. Gibb if that need arises. But at this point, I want to keep her under subpoena. I would ask the court to do an admonishment about not allowing her to view anything or talk to anybody about the case. But at this point, the final decision has not been made. And I explained that to the prosecutor, but in the event something comes up that I need to revisit that, I need to have that opportunity.
Very well. Ms. Gibb, that concludes your testimony for now. You may be recalled because you may be recalled and are under subpoena from the defense. I'll request and admonish you, not request, but you're admonished not to watch further trial proceedings that may be available on the live stream or to follow the case in any way until such time as you're released from the subpoena. Okay. All right.
Judge, could I also inquire that Ms. Gibb be advised about discussing her testimony or testimony with anybody else?
That's part of the admonishment. So
You, Judge.
that will conclude the testimony of Ms. Gibb. We're going to take a mid-morning recess and discuss scheduling as well as take up one issue outside the presence of the jurors. So at this time, we will break for our mid-morning recess and rise for the jurors, and I'll have counsel stay while we address that issue. All right.
Remind her ass because she forgets. She don't even listen. So because you told her not to, she's going to go do it. Right? That's how they work. Oh. Anyways. Oh, I know. The Sherry Dowdle call, man. It's so insensitive. That was just stupid for her to do that. That was dumb. That was not smart, she said. Have Rob text her
All right,
reminders
thank you.
every
Please be
day.
seated.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not
You can go
to.
ahead and sit down.
Let me move this back, I guess. We still in session? Move, hooker. Right? Oh, that's funny though. Wait, let me finish reading it. I gotta read it again. Ravina says, have Rob text her reminders every day since they're so tight. Right.
All right, Ms. Blake, I understand the state
Oh,
was
sorry.
interested in putting an objection on the record relating to the manner in which recross is being permitted.
Yes, Your Honor. We had asked to approach in a sidebar about that. At this juncture, Mr. Pryor has been allowed to do a recross on almost every one of the state's witnesses, and I think it's extending beyond any new matters that may come up. So we're just objecting to the generality of him getting to recross, and would request that it be limited to only if a new issue arises, so that we don't end up in a situation where then the state asks to do another redirect and go down that.
And if I could respond, Judge Mead.
You may.
And quite frankly, Judge, it's not the prosecutor's prerogative, or is it their decision to decide when I get a recross? That's the judge's decision to make. So I don't know where Ms. Gibbs thinks she has the authority or the ability to say when.
Ms. Blake
Miss Blake is what I said, Judge, I think. I did say Miss Blake, did I not?
said Ms. Gibbs.
Miss Gibbs. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Miss Blake has the ability to dictate when this court makes its own independent decision when I'm permitted to have recross.
All right, well, evidentiary rulings and the way witnesses are examined are subject to rules as well as the court's discretion. Certainly the state can lodge an objection and I'll pay attention to that. There is limitations on what is supposed to be allowed in the scope of redirect or recross. Part of the reason the court has been pretty liberal in allowing that is sort of I understood, standing agreement between the parties that with certain witnesses, instead of calling them twice, once in the defense or in the state's case, again in the defense case, for efficiency purposes, getting them on the stand once. I permitted extensive, on some witnesses, scope of cross beyond direct. If we are not going outside the scope as part of that agreement, then I would agree that it's not proper to allow recross every time. So I'll just watch for the topics that come up. And if we extend on cross beyond the scope and that's allowed, then that's where I think there's a second opportunity. So both sides essentially get a right to direct and cross a witness. So I'll just take that under advisement for future rulings. Any questions on that ruling, Ms. Blake?
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state does recognize it's clearly within the court's discretion. If we do have concerns in the future about a request for recross, would the court just like us to approach and then discuss that?
I just don't think those are prejudicial for the jurors, and approaching slows things down. So just
So
go ahead
just
and
make the objection?
just make an objection. I think unless it's related to some specific topic that may prejudice the jurors, let's just move it along with.
And the state does agree that recross may absolutely be appropriate. It just seems that it is at times just rehashing the same stuff.
Very well.
you.
It'll be under advisement for future rulings. We'll take our rest of our recess at this time. And I do want to just briefly discuss the remaining schedule for today with council right now on a sidebar, and then we'll take our break.
All rise.
Well, I'll be, huh? Oh, okay. Oh my God. So I'm about to look up Portal Ministries right here in Visions O Glory. Visions O Glory. What do y'all want to talk about? There's so many things to talk about. So the 7 witnesses thing, y'all, that goes into, I didn't know this till they brought that up. I typed it in, which, I mean, it's been a while since I've typed it in my search bar. Whenever I did type it in the search bar, I actually pulled up when I typed in 7, the number 7 and witnesses, it pulled up this new thing that I had not seen, and it is the Institute for Creation Research. The Creation Research Institute. It's a .org. Okay. So this is still Val Brinkerhoff. I want to show y'all something. So I'm going to share my screen for a sec. Jeebus, I can't text today. Right? We all have our days. Okay. Let me present, share. I'm going to just show y'all what it pulled up. Let me make this larger. Dang, it's pretty already grandma size. Okay. Okay, making sure. And so I want to show y'all this picture of Val Brinkerhoff's book. Well, it must be up here. Sorry if I'm making you dizzy. And it looks just, oh, well, damn. And 404 already. Just kidding. What the hell? Well, snap to it. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to open it in a new window. Huh. They quick. No, I'm picking. Okay, so this book is like 700 and something pages. I have it in my whatever, one of my apps, where you read it. But if you look, I mean, if I show you a picture of this book right here, which is Val Brinkerhoff right here, he's the author. His Jesus, he's an artist, right? His Jesus, the picture of his Jesus right here looks just like him. So it's like he drew himself into a Jesus. He's also like an architect for the church. Okay. Anyway, so the whatever you call it, what is this? Oh my God, I can't remember. Okay, so this book is about the heavens provide light and truth. Man cannot change them. God's faithful witnesses in the sun, the moon, and the wandering stars were the quote unquote lights. He set in the heavens. They are, oh my gosh. Okay. Wandering stars were the lights he set in the heavens. They are his calendar, and they have much to teach us. He didn't spell there right. Their special alignments, conjunctions of planets, increase lights, and eclipses of the sun and the moon diminish light. Okay, it's their dark ones. Marked by special holy days. It was Rosh Hashanah whenever JJ was murdered. No, when Tylee was murdered, I think. It's like a Jewish holiday, but that's just it with these people, okay? They exploit everything. Remember that. So just remember that. Anyways, it's harvest time. Harvest, anyways, that certain period in September. All right, it says marked by special holy days tied to our Savior's birth and death. They also mark his second coming and return, symbolically, right? Rare events such as the blood moons, which was that big old thing that just happened. It happened in 2015 or 2017. I always get them mixed up. And then this whole totality, the eclipse we just had, right? That marked the 7 Salems. Chad lived in Salem, Idaho. You cannot make this stuff up for real. It says eclipses and astronomical alignments have returned again today with ties to the covenant people. The ones that go to temple, right? What do they mean? How are they tied to our Lord's atonement? At one mint is what they're going towards. At one, and then mint, one government, one religion, one world. This is where the church, in my opinion, is going. It could be the other churches. I really don't know. This is This is where I study. And happened upon. I didn't look for this. It's just like, oh, okay. Okay, it says, how are they tied? Okay, I already said that. Well, I'll say it again. How are they tied to our Lord's atonement, calendar, and return? The prophet Joseph Smith and the other early church founders pursued Hebrew instruction. This reminds me of Abraham Gileadi right now, you know. Ugh. Joseph invited Rabbi Joshua, I don't know how to say his last name, to the school of the prophets. Lafferty brothers. They went to the school of the prophets to instruct them on the finer points of Hebrew language, holy days, and calendars. Most modern Latter-day Saints have never even considered a need to learn about astronomical signs of the times. Zalima texts the sign of the times to either Chad, I'm pretty sure it was Chad, could have been Lori though. Either way, it's between co-conspirators, named and unnamed. Val Brinkerhoff has restored much of the learning and mysteries that were common knowledge to our church founders. All right, go back to the founding. His research and insights are awakening with those, awaken arise, right? With those people who have eyes to see and ears to hear. This brings me to that whole thing, come follow him, hear him, see him, all the other things. That's that hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil type shit. Okay. Weird. I mean, that's one of the emojis that Melanie Pulowski would text when she sent texts were, you know, the monkey with his eyes covered or ears covered or mouth covered. Anyways, eyes to see and ears to hear the heavenly correlations, signs, and wonders that the Lord established from, quote, the foundation of the world, unquote. Note, this is not the latest edition, edition 10. However, readers can obtain the few added pages and other minor revisions that were included in the 10th edition on the author's webpage, sevenwitnesses.com. $44.77. Good Lord. Right? But it is a very... Oh, it's only 294 pages. I have a book from him. It's like 700 and something pages. But let me go read the sample because I don't know how to open mine up right now. Well, come on. I don't want to see it. I want to read a sample. Well, that's dumb. All right. Let's see. Are there any reviews? They're always good to look at. Oh, actually. Ooh. Huh. Anyways, let me copy this link. That way I can move around. I also didn't read it and I'm slow. Y'all be bored. Let me send this to my computer. Okay. Let me go put this in the chat. All right. Let me read some comments. All right. I know. But I mean, this is what this is. Ugh. Y'all, it became so much more. Got so many more answers today. I'm grateful for that. It sucks to hear, but we already know the ending, right? We know it couldn't have been good. We know it wasn't good because by ye fruits ye shall know. And if Lori Daybell would ever, and Chad too, all of them, if they would ever just look at what they are doing. Right before I came on to visit with y'all, Natalie Lawyer Chick, she did a live stream a couple weeks ago or something about comparing Ruby, Frankie, and Lori Daybell, Chad Daybell, Jody Hildebrandt type stuff. Well, she just came out with another one about an hour before I popped in here. And it's about 30 minutes. And I mean, it's like bam, bam, bam. And I was like, oh my God, we can add this and this and this and this as comparisons, right? It's really something great to build off of. I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible. But I think it is important to draw the connections, to draw the correlations between this is not an isolated group of people, and it never has been and never will be ever. Okay, that's obvious. And to think where I'm at right now is just trying to come to grips with people, even from the Rexburg area and further, who have more knowledge than they have digressed, none of that. They've not divulged any of that, not digressed. And so Sue Ellen named it Hexburg, and I'm sorry, I know there might be some people, and hey, just I hope you can respect how I feel about this. It just sucks. Because it's like, how many more are out there? Oh, it is so unnerving, really. Wow, I'm too close. Crazy. It really is. There's more kids. Y'all, Melanie Pulowski's kids. And you can throw that into that mix with Natalie Lawyer Chick, her comparison on Lori and Ruby. With Melanie Pulowski's 2 children who were darker stars, because they drew crosses on the wall, and that was leading the dark ones to find Lori. That's what Lori said, right, in the text to Chad. They dubbed those kids, they were next. They were next. It breaks my heart. It really does. It breaks my damn heart. I'm worried. It's like, you see the train and you're like, or the fire, and you're like, hey, everybody, hey. And there's only so much we can do, but to get this information out is so pertinent. It's so important. It's top priority in my opinion. And it needs to be screamed from the rooftops, Yeah. It was more It's more than can you imagine what it was like for them? That's where I go. Just the weird stuff. I thought it was a monkey mask that whole time, y'all. I've told y'all about a monkey mask. But now that I've re-looked at it, from them showing it on the projector in Chad's trial, it may be like an old man mask or something. It's just one, but it's when you see it, or when you're not able to see it, and when you're reporting on it and you just say a Halloween mask, I could think of like a Smurf or something not so scary. But when you just calculate that into your brain, and then that reaches your heart, and you're just like, oh shit, and then you realize GHB's in his, his system. We don't even know how Tylee was murdered, because she was mutilated. Okay, mutilated. And how they stripped them down, stripped everything away from them, one thing at a time, just like that's the T word, tortoise. Yeah, it was not a friendly Casper the Ghost, right? It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Man, I'm sorry. I'm kind of taking it all in. It's so, I've told y'all so many times that that's the one thing that, just bothers me. And I can't really get close to it, because, and I think about it, about what it must have been like at the end of their lives. Just utter chaos and confusion and scared, fear, like that same look that my Uncle Charles had on that body cam footage with the lady. And there's this look he has where he's like, Angel, Angel, top of the temple, Moroni, you know, and she's like, okay. And he's got his hands on his hips and he's just like, you can tell he's just so overwhelmed. Oh God. Mhm. It's just overwhelming. Because I'm trying to pull it together. He was just, you could see like you could see it in his eyes. You could see it like it's very frustrating. It just really saw. It really saw. Yeah, the same lady that was at Brandon's shooting, right? It was her. She's like, what did she say? Chartreuse? When she's trying to figure out the green color of the gray Jeep. It's green gray. That's another thing to think about. Tylee's Jeep, it didn't go into a portal. Okay. There was a garage on the apartments. And there's Tylee's Jeep not being driven by its owner or by Tylee. It's main driver, you know, primary driver. How did they just, you know, let them borrow the Jeep? Who drove the Jeep? Anybody? Or did they just have it there parked? So, I mean, you can't even, I mean, it's pisses me off enough that they're like, oh yeah, I slept in Tylee's room and he slept in JJ's room. But their mattresses were on the floor. But well, not even JJ's. JJ's was in, it was a freaking what do you call that? A pallet on in the corner of the room of Lori's room. And so you sleep in there and you don't see any of their things. Especially Tylee's. She's, you know, JJ was allegedly living for half the time that I'd say Melanie Gibb and David Warwick went and visited purposely just to go participate in the ceremonies. You know what I mean? Man, it makes me want to, y'all, my head's going everywhere. I'm sorry. This is just follow my thinking, I guess. It runs crazy. But you can't hide a Jeep. Okay. So if she's over there at BYUI, what is she doing? Why don't she have her Jeep? Just one of those big things. It's like, hey, we knew. And the whole pizza box thing Melanie talked about with JJ. She said JJ was using some scissors. I wonder if they're the same ones that, I mean, not that it matters. But it don't, anyways, Zalema is trying to act like they have cooties. The scissors that Lori gave her, some $1,000 freaking professional hair cutting scissors. And I don't know if that's what JJ used to cut the boxes or what, you know, the realtor that owned the properties, where of the townhomes where I don't believe they were killed, but whatever. He showed pictures of the boxes. You know, I used to do that for my brother, make, you know, box and make things and like cars, and I'd push my brother around in them. Or if you got those big refrigerator boxes, you make you know, you just play, you have fun. I knew it, but just with the information that we did have, it didn't make sense. It doesn't add up. I don't think so, because Alema had the scissors and she told the police, Rexburg police, about the scissors, and oh, I don't know. She's like acting like they have cooties with her tarp, you know? Oh, tarp, right? Oh, Visqueen. Sorry. And I think some of this is made up. I don't believe any of them, but I never bought the story about Alex carrying him in. Never. It's just one of those, you know, if I were to believe it, it's just one of those made up stories. It's like it's made to make you stop asking questions, and that's their story. Alex isn't here. I wouldn't believe him if he was. I don't believe none of them. None of them. There's no damn podcast. Instead, for Lori's trial so far and Chad's trial, we have not gotten that damn podcast that allegedly took place that night. And that is because I don't believe there is one. If there is one, I will fall dead. Not really. I hope not. I don't, because they might surprise me. I'm not trying to have a demon in me or nothing and fall dead. Anyways, naturally, not. Anyways, I think she's lying about the tarp. Yeah, I think she's lying. You made a whole trip to Wally World just to go buy a tarp, and then he used minimal essential oils to massage your body because he likes to massage people, obviously. You know what else he likes to do? He liked to R-word 15-year-old girls, allegedly, according to Alex's ex-wife, Debbie. Okay. Might want to put a pin in that one. Then, let's just really think about this. Then he also was known to go to Colombia. Adam said it too. He was like, why would he go stay? why would, oh my God. He said, why would Alex, why would Alex go stay at Lori's house? He usually goes to Colombia and pick up on women or whatever the hell. And okay, so there's that. Okay, let's just kind of walk through this. And then how Debbie, his ex-wife, said that they acted inappropriate, bouncing Lori up and down on him in front of everybody. It's just norm, right? Well, if Alex and Lori are doing that, and it's normal, okay. I would say probably the rest of the family would be. I'm talking about the immediate family, I'm just saying. Just saying. It's not just them two. Okay. And so then you think about, okay, the 15-year-old girl, Debbie saying inappropriate behavior, that marriage not lasting long, excommunicated from the church. Wasn't it for the P word PDF files? Or yeah, impure, right? Alex. But yet Alex felt so confident and comfortable parking and hiding out at churches that he got excommunicated from, allegedly, while awaiting, to pounce on his next victim with his brother-in-law and his sister and them with his people. Okay. So he'd go to Colombia and just engage in some really risque, really shitty stuff. And that brings me to Tim Ballard crap. That's Tim Ballard vibes right there. The whole Colombia sex tourism type of deal. And then on top of that, you factor in the fact that on the stand, Vince Kayakamannu last year for Lori's trial was being pressed by the Lori's defense attorneys, Thomas, about what all Alex Cox was searching for in his Google searches, besides, the Grendel drop and all the things, how and how to shoot in cold weather, basically to prepare for Tammy. Okay. And, and so he got pressed, Thomas was pressing Kayakamannu a little more. And so Kayakamannu was like, yeah, I'll tell you what else he searched for. And he was like, he searched for trannies. And I was just like, oh, Lord, I'm just saying, it's just like, wow. So he's over there plotting with his co-conspirators, named and or unnamed. And yet he's doing this kind of stuff in the middle of all that. But yet he's going to go to Zalima and marry her. And that's just the front, right? Just the front. So that big blow up that was alleged to have happened whenever Alex lived in was it Queen Creek, Arizona? They had the neighbor. I mean, his name is Don Self, the neighbor. I remember in the report, I think it's on um, the Daily Mail or something like that. And the neighbor reported that there was a big old blowout, knockdown drag out between Lori and Alex. And he, uh, that Lori was telling Alex that he was bringing shame upon the family. I don't think that is possible. So just trying to factor all these things in. Is that why he did himself in? Did he do himself in? And, you know, and then so that Zalima is allegedly some temple holder, right? Why would she marry Alex? Or what does she gain from this? Besides $7,000 ish and her in the same case as a gun. Yeah. Where I come from, you, I mean, they'll take that faster than a cat can lick its ass. You don't put money with a gun. There's just some things you cannot put together. And so they were found together, and she doesn't even recall how much, there was because she didn't even count it. Of course not. They don't ever do anything. Just everybody else does. Don't you know? Oh, and Alex said, yeah, that could be. I thought about that, Vising. The thing about Alex is he went to Mexico right before he died, right after the priesthood blessing, that Lori was sitting right there crying. Or whatever. You know how they cry on demand, right? Audrey, cry on demand. Anyways, and so what was I saying? Oh, Cialis is one of the medications that Alex purchased. Is it because he couldn't do that with a woman? Could he not get it up with a woman? Look at that gray hair right there. That's what I've been seeing. How about that? And there's another one right here. There's quite a few. Let's just not do that. Yeah, it makes me wonder what they did to those babies. Honestly, even though I know the test and stuff, I haven't gone back to listen because it's hard to listen to the details around their autopsies and stuff like that. I know it's important, but it's not a place I dwell. But I think I remember them saying something about they couldn't test for Tylee. I don't know. I can't even say the words, but you know what I mean. I think JJ's came back negative, but whatever. It does grow fast. It does. Yeah, it's thin too. It's kind of red today. My scalp's kind of red. I washed it with some different shampoo and conditioner this morning. Because, I mean, these people have me stressed out. I'm like this. Touch, how your oils from your hands get on your hair. And then your hair's like, my hair was all jacked up yesterday. I was like, thank God, I just washed it. Anyways. Oh, yeah. Yeah, KKB. Definitely. It's freaky. And that makes me, I was talking about this, or we were talking about this in the chat. I want to say yesterday, or was it the day before? Either way, we talked about how Eldon Clausen, and I mean, I want to respect the wishes of Mr. Clausen's family. It's just so it's just so coincidental. And I'm not a coincidence theorist, right? No. And the fact that Chad texts messages to Lori saying something to the likes of, it worked for my neighbor and Stan Lee. Whatever. I'm gonna have to go track those down. I made a couple slides in Canva, so it shouldn't be too hard, but and I'm like, what neighbor is this neighbor's wife Isn't she like, doesn't she have to do with insurance? You know? Just asking. It doesn't hurt. If it pisses people off that I ask questions or you ask questions, it is what it is. Get over it, you know? I don't know. Oh, let me move.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and have the jurors return, please.
Who y'all think's gonna be next? Paper, rock, scissors, go. Right? Oh, let me know who y'all think's gonna be next. David, please God, let it be David. And thank God I'm not in the pews right now because I'd come out of them this time. I couldn't fix my face when David was testifying last time. And Lori the whole time was looking at him like,
All rise, please.
oh shit. Okay. Shh.
Present and accountable.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back from the mid-morning break. We're going to go ahead and continue with evidence this morning on the state's case in chief. I believe there's another witness the state's prepared to call. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state will call Doug Hart.
Very well. You can call your witness.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You're sitting close enough and speak directly into the mic, please. Okay, you got fresh water and.
All right, Mr. Hart, do you go by agent or officer or some other title you prefer?
Agent Hart is fine. It's former, but whatever works.
Okay, well, we'll just call you Agent Hart then. Before we get started with your testimony, now that you've been placed under oath, I just want to ask you, because the proceedings are being live streamed and available for public access, have you reviewed or watched or observed any of the trial testimony in this case since it began?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, and have you discussed with anyone else their testimony that has testified in the case?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that affirmation. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please spell your name for the record?
Douglas Hart, H-A-R-T.
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently the Chief Deputy at the Canyon County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been employed with them?
since September of 2022.
What did you do prior to taking that position?
Prior to that position, I was a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation for approximately 27 years.
Did you hold various assignments or have specific roles you played within the special agent?
Yes, I did.
And what were some of those?
My first assignment was to the Honolulu, Hawaii field office, where I spent 5.5 years on the organized crime drug squad, conducting complex multi-subject investigations. My second assignment was to the Lewiston, Idaho resident agency, where I spent 7 years working primarily violent crime and persons crimes on the Nez Perce Indian Reservation. My third assignment was to be the supervisor of the Treasure Valley Metro Violent Crime Task Force, which is a local task force headed by the FBI to investigate gangs and violent crimes. And my final assignment, my last 7 years in the FBI, I was the supervisor for the southern 34 counties in Idaho for all criminal programs. And it was in that capacity that I became involved in this investigation.
And you just mentioned becoming involved in this investigation. Can you tell me a little bit about how the FBI ended up involved in this case?
Certainly. This case was brought to our attention in November, towards the end of November of 2019. And because it involved 2 missing children, that is something that the FBI has a specific expertise in. And it's something that we work very closely and cooperatively with our state and city and county partners in investigations involving missing children.
And when you became involved, or when the FBI became involved, is it fair to say that it became a joint investigation?
Yes,
Do you recall which agencies were involved?
yes. We were initially contacted by the Rexburg Police Department and the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, or Sheriff's Office, excuse me. And then subsequently, for a brief period of time, the State of Idaho Attorney General's Office and I think and Social Security and a few other entities had smaller parts of the investigation that they worked on.
And as part of your involvement in this investigation, did you take on specific tasks?
I did.
What were some of those?
First and foremost, I was the FBI supervisor in this case, which meant that I was the reviewer and approver of most of the FBI work product that went into our case file. And then I also had an investigative role due to our minimal staffing in eastern Idaho and some transfers that had taken place, which further diminished our staffing. I carried several investigative assignments within this case.
Do you recall, as part of your assignments in this case, looking into some iCloud accounts?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who those iCloud accounts were associated with?
Yes, they were associated with Lori Vallow.
And do you recall the names on those accounts?
Yes, there were 2 accounts. The first account was called Lori 4 Style with the number 4. And the second account was called Lolly Time.
And when you looked at these iCloud accounts, could you tell how long they'd been in existence?
Yes.
And what did you learn regarding that?
So the first account, Lori for Style, was the oldest account. It was The bulk of that account started in 2016, but there were some materials that were present there as early as 2011, 2012. And then Lolly Time was more recent. It essentially started July 1st of 2019.
And when you were reviewing these, could you tell if some messages had been deleted? What exactly were you able to see in relation to any messages or the content there?
So the content on both iCloud accounts is extremely voluminous. We utilized a software system called Cellbrite, which doesn't change any of the data within the iCloud, but organizes it in a way that makes it reviewable. For instance, there will be a section for SMS or text messages, a section for videos and photographs and contacts and Bluetooth and on and on and on. And so this software just takes the mirrored image of the iCloud account and organizes it into its component parts. And so I reviewed all of those component parts for both of the iCloud accounts.
And you mentioned that both of these accounts had voluminous information on them.
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a summary exhibit?
I did.
And does the summary exhibit contain some content from Lolly Time?
The summary exhibit for today is almost exclusively from Lolly Time, with the exception of one slide, which is from Lori for Style.
And do you believe that this would assist and aid you in your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 183. I have provided a copy to counsel. I have a copy for the court, as well as a courtesy copy for Your Honor. As some of the other exhibits for the state, this will actually be, the actual exhibit will be a jump drive containing the PowerPoint, but we have the slides printed off for courtesy.
Okay.
And if I can have the witness shown a copy?
Yes. Could you turn your microphone on, please, Mr. Pryor?
Begin with a note. Judge, my only objection is I would like the officer, it was agent, I'm sorry, the officer, deputy,
Deputy.
that's acceptable, to just make note of the range that this summary encompasses, if we could, date, ending date, beginning date.
Certainly the begin.
This is just part of the admissibility here. Ms. Blake, the witness is being handed that. It sounds like provisionally there's no objection, but if we could identify, and it'll be helpful for the record too, just the date, time, the date that this encompasses. Date range.
Yes. Agent, are you able to tell us the date range that this would cover?
This exhibit covers a date range of January 2019 through, I believe it is August of 2019.
And is there a reason that that is what the time frame within this exhibit?
Yes, the pertinent portions of the iCloud for today's testimony exist within that specific time frame.
And through the investigation, did you learn when Chad and Lori first met?
Yes,
What did you learn in relation to that?
they met on October 26th, 2018.
And so this exhibit would begin several months after their first meeting?
Yes, it does. There are communications that reference the time frame of their meeting in 2018, but those communications are dated July of 2019.
And through the investigation, did you learn the last known day that Tylee Ryan was seen?
Yes.
And what was that day?
The last known date that Tylee Ryan was seen was September 8th of 2019.
Did you learn the last day JJ Vallow was seen?
Yes, the last day that JJ Vallow was seen was September 22nd of 2019.
And did you also learn the day that Tammy Daybell was declared dead?
Yes, Tammy Daybell was declared dead on October 19th of 2019.
Through the investigation, did you learn when Chad and Lori got married?
Yes, they were married in Hawaii on November 5th of 2019.
And when you became involved in the investigation initially, JJ and Tylee were still missing, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, it's my understanding then the exhibit would be stipulated to?
All right, with those dates determined, Mr. Pryor, any objection?
Judge, it's not stipulated to, but there is no objection to the exhibit.
Okay, well then, without objection, State's Exhibit 183 is admitted. The court noting the actual exhibit will be the PowerPoint presentation file on a digital drive. The court has a courtesy copy as well as counsel, and the witness is referring to printed versions that are derived from that PowerPoint presentation.
And Your Honor, I guess just to ensure the record is clear as well, the iCloud accounts have been stipulated to that this content's pulled from.
Okay, and I will note that as well. Thank you.
And that is correct, Judge. These have been stipulated as part of the record.
Okay,
And Your Honor, with that, the state would ask permission to publish.
yes, you may publish.
Agent Hart, when you created this exhibit, did you pull over the content from these iCloud accounts?
I did.
So do some of these contain potential spelling errors, things of that nature?
Yes, most of what we'll see today are text messages. And so the Cellbrite software arranges them in a reverse chronological order and assigns each text message a line number. Associated with that is a date and a time for the text, and then who it was to or from, and then the actual content of the text. And so I cut and pasted the content of the text exactly as it appears in the iCloud account.
Thank you. And with that, would you go ahead and read these messages into the record?
Yes. This sheet is from the SMS section of Lori for Style at iCloud.com. Line number 2585, January 23rd, 2019, 5:18 p.m. Text from Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario. Hi, Audrey. This is Lori. I would love to talk to you sometime. Text me or call me. I'm excited to be able to talk to you about what we both know. Line number 2584.
Judge, could we approach?
Yes. All right, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Hart, if you could go ahead and continue reading those into the record.
Yes. Line number 2584, January.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point on the basis that this is cumulative. There's a record that's already been established with the exhibit. And to just require the officer to read the remainder is cumulative in my opinion.
All right, response from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's position is it is not cumulative. While the state recognizes it is an exhibit, it's also a summary exhibit that we heard testimony from the agent that this would aid in his testimony today, that he believes it would aid the jurors in understanding. While it is what's on the screen, so long as it's read as to what's appearing on the screen, the state's position is in no way is this cumulative evidence. So we would ask that the judge overrule that objection and allow us to move forward with testimony.
And Judge, briefly in response is that the exhibit is what it is, and it's clear for the jury to look at that and read that. It doesn't necessitate the prosecutor to go line by line over a massive exhibit.
I am going to sustain the objection in that I would find it be somewhat, well, it is cumulative to have a written version of all of the messages and then to simply have a witness read through all of the written messages when they're already being published and the jurors are all capable of reading them as well. I'll sustain that in that I just don't want to have the entire thing read into the record. I don't know that that's necessary, but if you want to have any time or assurance to make sure the jurors have read the messages and direct the witness to any of the specific messages that are contained in there, certainly you can go there, Ms. Blake, but just the wholesale reading of all the messages, I do find the objection is sustained.
Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, looking at the first one there, appears to be a message from Lori sent to Audrey.
That's correct.
Can you tell us who, if you learned through the investigation, who Audrey Baratario is?
Audrey Baratario was a friend and associate of Chad Daybell.
And did you learn through the investigation how she came to be in contact with Lori?
Chad Daybell introduced her to Lori Vallow.
And when we look at that first message, is there something about that that initially caught your attention?
Yes, it's the line where Lori indicates to Audrey that she's excited to be able to talk about what we both know.
And then did you look at that in conjunction with the response from Audrey to Lori?
Yes, Audrey indicates that states that she guesses Lori has talked to Chad. And so it's clear from this particular text string that there's a reference by Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario about what Lori, Audrey, and Chad Daybell know.
And Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be handled a laser pointer if we have one available?
Yes, I do think we have one.
Thank you. And Agent Hart, if at any point that's helpful.
Okay.
That. And then was there some significance to these other messages in relation to those first messages?
Yes, mainly in the fourth line where it says by Lori to Audrey that she thinks it's fun to talk to someone who knows what's really going on. Again, a reference to something between the three of them.
And again, this was in January of 2019.
Correct.
If we move to the next slide, I'm going to pause to give the jurors a chance to look through that.
Yes.
And Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, we have the name Melanie Boudreau. Did you learn through the investigation who she is?
Yes, she is Lori Vallow's niece.
And there's a reference in that first email to someone named Brandon. Do you know who Brandon is?
Yes, these are text messages, not emails, but Brandon is Melanie's husband or soon to be ex-husband. They were in the process of separating and getting a divorce.
And there's also the name Al. Do you know who Al would be referencing?
Only by the content of the text. I have never met or spoken with Allie Bloomer or her husband.
And what caught your attention about these particular messages?
These messages and then the next two slides are a continuation of this text string, demonstrate several significant things that are relevant to this investigation.
And in that, in the very last message, it appears to be a message from Chad to Lori.
Correct.
And what did that appear to be an indication Chad was going to do?
So during the investigation,
Objection, Judge, that was going to call for speculation.
Overruled.
during the investigation, we came to know that Chad Daybell purported to have the ability to assign an individual as being either dark or light, and he would give them a score. And Lori Vallow and others would seek Chad's visions as it related to assigning people as being either dark or light. And so this is one of the first references we see in the iCloud account where Lori Vallow is seeking from Chad Daybell, or Chad Daybell rather offers that he will check Allie Bloomer and her husband, meaning he will see what their scores are.
And then looking at that first message, it references that Brandon is making me promise not to have you or Al around my house or kids. Do you know who that Al is?
Yes, that's Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
And then you had already indicated this next slide is a continuation. I'm just going to pause to give the jurors a chance to read through that. And when you looked at these messages, was there anything on these that stood out to you?
Yes, primarily in line 3000, where Chad Daybell responds back approximately 8 minutes later, giving Lori Vallow these scores. He assigns Allie Bloomer as being 4.1 dark, and her cop husband is a 3 dark. And so those are coming from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow in reference to this issue that's come up with Melanie Boudreau.
And if we look at the line 2996, is Lori passing that information along?
Yes, and this is a pattern that we see repeatedly, that Lori Vallow would solicit Chad Daybell's advice or visions. Chad Daybell would respond, and then Lori Vallow would disseminate that out to whoever was making that inquiry.
And if we move to the next slide, I believe you indicated this is also a continuation of that conversation.
Correct.
I'm just going to pause here to give the jurors a moment to look through that.
Yes.
When we look at these messages, if we start with the new one, there's a reference to checking for recording devices. Did anything about that catch your attention?
Yes,
And then did it catch your attention in reference to the following messages?
it
Or is it
did.
related?
It did. So subsequent to seeking those scores on Allie Bloomer and her husband, Lori Vallow then makes a request to Chad Daybell to clear Melanie Boudreau's house and also check it for recording devices. And so Chad Daybell responds that he'll do that and that he's having to break down some dark entries Brandon created and that he detects 3 listening devices. And that answer is then passed on directly from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau, referencing Chad Daybell as Melanie Boudreau's father, and then verbatim passes on that message. So to me, this establishes once again,
Judge, I'm gonna object. It's calling for speculation.
I'll overrule that. You can answer.
it establishes that the individuals within this group look to Chad Daybell as the supposed visionary who will give them these types of information.
And in these messages, when the request is made, Chad responds, is that correct?
Yes,
I'm turning to the next slide. I'm again going to pause to allow the jurors a moment to look through that.
Very well.
Agent Hart, when we look at the date on this message, can you read the date?
I can, July 13th of 2019.
Do you know when Charles Vallow was killed?
He was killed on July 11th of 2019.
So just 2 days prior to this message.
Correct.
During this time, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes,
Do you know who Adam, Leah, well, I'll stop there. Do you know who Adam is?
yes.
And who is that?
Chad Daybell's son-in-law,
And do you know who Leah is?
Chad Daybell's daughter.
And do you know who Joe is?
Joe is also Chad Daybell's son-in-law.
What is it, outside of the date, what else about this message drew your attention?
There were a couple of things that I think are significant in this message. The first is this line where Chad Daybell says, "I feel she will be gone by then," which is a reference to the pending death of Tammy Daybell.
Judge, objection. That calls for speculation.
I'll strike that last part of the answers, insufficient
you.
foundation.
Based on your investigation, who did you believe the she to be?
Tammy Daybell.
It calls for speculation. I'll renew my objection, Judge.
And Your Honor, I think based on his investigation, I'm asking who he believed this message to be
Judge,
referencing.
could we approach, please?
No, it's overruled, Mr. Pryor. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Who did you believe the her to be?
Tammy Daybell.
Or I said her, but the word is actually she, the pronoun used, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the second to the last sentence, could you explain if there was anything about that that drew your attention?
Yes, it helps tie in the line, "I feel she will be gone by then," So Chad Daybell tells Lori Vallow that the Lord has hinted to him that he might not get to be with Lori Vallow until after this graduation ceremony takes place on July 23rd, and asks Lori Vallow to, quote, please ask about that.
If we turn to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read that. Agent Hart, looking at the date on this one, how many days ago had Charles been killed?
3 days prior.
And again, Tammy Daybell's still alive.
Yes.
Do you know, or did you learn through the investigation who Lily would be referencing?
Yes. Lily is another name for Lori Vallow.
Was there something about this that caught your attention?
There are two things about this communication that caught my attention.
Could you tell me what those were?
The first is the reference to joining Chad Daybell in the shower. They were physically, Lori Vallow was in Arizona, Chad Daybell was in Idaho at the time of this message. So there are repeated references to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell having the ability to connect on a spiritual plane and be together spiritually. So this is just one example of that, but it's pertinent because it happens repeatedly and it could be easily confused that they were actually physically present together, which they were not. So that was the first thing that stood out.
And what was the next thing?
The next thing is the last line of Chad Daybell's text to Lori Vallow, where he says he loves her so immensely that the whole universe knows it, and very soon the people on this little blue globe will know it too, which demonstrates that their relationship was clandestine or secret at this point, and that at some future date, the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow would be divulged by Chad Daybell.
And then moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors time to read that. Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, there is the name James and a name Elena referenced. Did you see those in this message?
Yes,
Were you able to determine through the investigation who James is referencing?
yes, James is Chad Daybell.
And were you able to determine who Elena is referencing?
Yes, Elena is Lori Vallow.
And again, the date on these messages is how many days after Charles Vallow was killed?
This is now 3 days after he was killed.
What is it about these particular messages that drew your attention?
Well, the James and Elena communications are very significant, and we see them first in the email section of the iCloud, starting on July 8th, continuing through July 9th, and through much of July. Chad Daybell is the author of these portions of a narrative or a history that chronicles Chad Daybell's meeting Lori Vallow and how their relationship developed. He refers to himself as James in this and to Lori Vallow as Elena, but in fact, this is autobiographical. It is based in fact. We verified the facts of the story as being correct and accurate to real events. And so in this, we have a description from Chad Daybell as to how he met Lori, and particularly several important events that occurred early on in their relationship.
And in this first one, there's an indication now on with the story. Were there other segments that came before this next message?
Yes, and it's very voluminous. And so what we're seeing here were portions that were sent via text message by Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. But as I said, on July 8th is the first instance we see of a very lengthy narrative written by Chad Daybell, sent to Lori Vallow via email.
And again, during this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive?
She is.
In that second message, there's the indication they would both attend the same event in mid-November. Were you able to determine through the investigation if that occurred?
Yes, so that's a reference to November 15th through the 17th of 2018. So while this message was sent via text on July 14th of 2019, the narrative contained in the message is talking about a time period between the end of October and prior to November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And the last sentence of that text, was there something that stood out there?
I think the entire text is pertinent, as well as that last sentence. In the middle, Chad Daybell states in this narrative that he and Lori Vallow had been married before, and references some past time with the Savior when he lived in Jerusalem. And Elena, or Lori, had been his beloved spouse and best friend. In the final line, he says that relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. So looking at this history, Chad is saying that after he met Lori Vallow, he knew that their relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime, with the assertion that they had been married in a previous lifetime.
And again, you talked about, while this message is sent in July of 2019, that it's referencing events from 2018.
That's correct. Chad Daybell met Lori Vallow on October 26th of 2018 at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. That's chronicled in this history. In between their first meeting, there was a 3-week time period before they would physically meet again in Mesa, Arizona, November 15th through the 17th, 2018, at another Preparing a People conference. So the time period being referenced by Chad Daybell in this communication is that time period from the end of October 2018 until they meet again physically in November of 2018.
And when this is written, Charles and Tammy are still alive.
That is correct.
We go to the next one. And again, I'm going to pause here to let the jurors read it. And this message again has the date of July 14th of 2019, correct?
Yes, it does.
And could you talk a little bit about what it is about this message that caught your attention?
What caught my attention is that this is the first time Chad Daybell introduces to Lori Vallow the concept that they had lived as human beings at another time in the past, that they had been married to each other in the past, and that they were meant to be married again in this present time and complete these important missions together.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point, and I have what your native objection.
Well, there's no pending question at this time, so if there was an objection, Mr. Pryor, this wasn't timely.
And again, Agent Hart, when we're seeing the James and Elena references and this story being drafted, it is referencing back to events that would have happened previously.
Yes, he is referencing events and phone conversations that took place between the end of October 2018 and just prior to November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And again, when we're looking at this, Charles has been killed just 3 days before this message.
That's correct.
And in 2018, when this story's referencing back to 2018, Charles and Tammy were still alive.
Yes, Charles and Tammy were still alive. Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow, and Chad Daybell was married to Tammy Daybell during this time period that he's describing.
Judge, I'm going to object on response, or I'll actually, Judge, I'll withdraw at this point.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
There's also a reference in there, the line starting with "he was ecstatic." Could you read that sentence in there?
He was ecstatic that she was receiving confirmation of these things as well.
Did that indicate anything to you?
Yes, in the first sentence, Chad writes that he tried to delicately describe their connection with one another and was in fact delighted when Lori Vallow believed him. And so this is Chad Daybell introducing these concepts of he and Lori having been married in a previous life.
And then later on, we see that she appeared to be getting confirmation of what Chad was telling her.
Correct.
There's also reference in there to physical desires.
Yes.
With the talk of physical desires, making love, was there anything about those that caught your attention?
Well, it demonstrated the attraction of Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow instantly upon their meeting in October of 2018.
If we move to the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read this. When we look at these messages, they are also dated July 14th of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was it about these messages that caught your attention?
This is a communication by Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow, seeking an opportunity to be with her in person and using a camp out and a potential speaking assignment as a ruse to be able to leave Rexburg and go and be with Lori Vallow.
And there's a reference there in the first message, whether she is still here or not. Based on your investigation, did you determine who that she would have been referencing?
Tammy Daybell.
And in the James and Elena, we saw some reference to some kind of physical attraction. And then in these, what stood out is Chad and Lori are actually going to meet up in person here.
Yes, the investigation had revealed they had already met at several different times with travel to different places to be together for periods of 2 or 3 days. And in fact, we were able to verify that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow did meet and were together during that July 24th through 26th timeframe that's referenced in the communication.
And July 24th to 26th, Tammy Daybell was still alive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if we go to the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read this. And again, these are a continuation of text messages from July 14th of 2019.
Correct.
And again, just 3 days after Charles Vallow's been killed.
Yes.
What about these messages drew your attention?
There was a lot of what we call sexting content in the iCloud that I examined. I included these communications as just a very, very small example that this was in fact a sexual affair. It was not an emotional affair or a spiritual affair. It's very clear that it's a physical sexual affair between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read this. And if we look at these, can you indicate the date on these messages for the record?
July 15th of 2019.
So these are moving to the next day from the previous messages.
Correct.
What is it about these particular messages that caught your attention?
This is an example of how Lori Vallow sought to manipulate Chad Daybell in the immediate aftermath of Charles Vallow's death.
And in that text from Chad to Lori, could you read the last line?
He says, "You are my wonderful best friend that I can't live without."
And again, during this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive.
Correct.
And the manipulation that you're indicating is Lori's response there. Could you read the first line?
Yes, she replies, and yet you are so sad, missing you.
Referencing back to his message to her that he couldn't live without her.
Correct. Chad Daybell tells Lori Vallow how much he loves her and he can't live without her. And her response to that is, and yet you are, in fact, living without me. So sad.
And moving to the next slide, again, I will pause to allow the jurors to read. And could you indicate the date on these messages for the record?
July 18th of 2019.
What about these messages stood out to you?
Well, this is a series of texts that occupies this slide and the next 3 slides, all regarding the same subject. And that is Lori Vallow has just found out that she is not the beneficiary to Charles Vallow's $1 million life insurance policy.
And she's telling Chad that.
Correct.
Going to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And you indicated this is a continuation of the previous slide, correct?
Correct, as well as the next 2 slides.
In looking at this particular slide, there's a reference to bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon.
Yes,
Through the investigation, did you determine who that Brandon would be that is being referenced?
that is Brandon Boudreau, Melanie Boudreau's soon-to-be ex-husband.
Through your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to Brandon and an investigation involving him?
Yes.
What did you learn?
What, could you clarify, what did we learn about?
Yes, sorry. Did you learn anything about an incident being investigated by the Gilbert Police Department involving Brandon as a victim?
Yes.
And what did you learn regarding that?
On November 2nd of 2019, as Brandon Boudreau was pulling in his driveway of his home in Arizona, an individual shot at him with a rifle, narrowly missing him.
And you said November 2nd. Is it possible it was October 2nd?
I'm sorry, you are correct. It is October 2nd. Excuse me.
And that was October 2nd of 2019.
Correct.
Do you know, did the reference bringing down the Gadiantons mean anything, or did you learn what that was referencing?
I learned that that is a reference. The name Gadianton has to do with a group of people that's referenced in a book of scripture called the Book of Mormon. The Gadiantons were robbers and thieves. And so the word Gadianton is indicative of someone who is a thief or a robber or a bad individual.
And as Lori's telling Chad that she's no longer the beneficiary, can you read the last text into the record?
Yes, that's a text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It says, it will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
And going to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, I think you indicated this is also a continuation from the previous 2 slides. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Were there some additional references on this particular slide that stood out to you, or particular statements?
Yes, primarily the last line.
And what was it about that that stood out to you?
That's a text from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. And so she had found out that the beneficiary for the life insurance policy had been changed in March of 2019. And then she says, so it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. Ned is the name of the supposed dark entity that Chad Daybell had assigned to Charles Vallow.
And then there's a reference there before we got rid of him, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn what the 4,000 a month from SS was in reference to through the investigation?
Yes, that's a reference to money that would still be coming to Lori Vallow through Social Security for her children, primarily for JJ.
And then if we move to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Very well.
And when we look at this slide, can you read the date on these messages into the record?
Yes, these 5 messages are all from July 21st of 2019.
We've talked about who Ned is. Through the investigation, did you learn who Rhonda is that's being referenced?
Yes, Rhonda is the name assigned to the dark spirit or dark entity that Chad Daybell assigned to Kay Woodcock.
Judge, I'm in object on foundation.
Sustained.
Agent Hart, as part of your investigation, did you review other documents?
Many, yes,
Did you review other reports?
yes,
Did you discuss this matter with other investigators?
yes,
And based on your review in this case, did you determine who Rhonda was referencing
yes.
and who?
But I'm going to renew my objection, Judge. You can talk about all the reports you want, but unless they get into specifics, telling me how he came to that conclusion, which documents, when, where, and time, it's still not sufficient foundation.
For purposes of is direct, I do find there's sufficient foundation. I'll overrule the objection. You can cross on that, of course, Mr. Pryor, when it's your chance for cross-examination.
Who did you determine Rhonda to be referencing?
Kay Woodcock, who is Charles Vallow's sister.
Now, there's references in some of these messages as well to working on someone. Through your review of the iCloud and messages, did you determine anything in relation to those working on, or did that stand out to you?
Yes, this is a phrase that we see repeatedly in the iCloud, and it actually has a dual meaning. When they're referencing somebody who Chad Daybell has determined to have a dark spirit or a dark entity working on them has a negative connotation. When it's someone who's determined to be light or good, then working on them is an uplifting or a building connotation.
Agent Hart, as we've reviewed some of these messages that were around or shortly after Charles' death, we're seeing some of them. In your review of the messages, did you ever see any signs of grief or sorrow from Lori Vallow?
No,
Did you ever see any signs of grief or sorrow from Chad Daybell?
none.
If we go to the next slide again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And would you read the date of this message into the record?
July 21st of 2019.
And we've talked about James and Elena before, and this story, again, it references a prior period of time than when the message was being sent. Is that correct?
Yes, so at this point in this narrative, the dates are, this would be November 15th of 2018.
And we saw a previous slide dealing with that same time frame. Is that correct?
The previous slides were actually talking about that period of time between the end of October and prior to November 15th of 2018. This particular story talks about when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow are now physically together in Mesa, Arizona on November 15th of 2018.
And through the investigation, did you learn if Chad Daybell was in fact in Arizona in November of 2018?
Yes, we verified that he was present on that specific date. We verified that he spoke at a Preparing a People conference there during those dates of the 15th through the 17th of November 2018, and verified that he was physically present at other locations as well.
And outside of the continuation of the James and Elena, were there specific things in this message that drew your attention?
Yes.
What were those?
Primarily that there was a plan that had been revealed or communicated to Chad that wasn't entirely clear to him yet, but it included them, meaning Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, being together at the present time.
So specifically, the plan was being revealed to Chad.
Correct.
And there's a reference of Chad and Lori having a mission together.
Yes.
And moving to the next slide, I'm again going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, these messages were also sent on July 21st of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
In looking at these particular messages, was there anything that stood out to you?
Yes, they're very insightful in that Chad, in his own words, is explaining the feelings he had for Lori Vallow within 3 weeks of meeting her, that they had progressed through this relationship. They had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in.
And again, the period of time this message is referencing, both Lori and Chad were married to other people.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow responded to this message. Can you read her response?
She loves it.
And there's the reference in there to the 3 weeks. And would this have been, was the meeting in November about 3 weeks after Chad and Lori met in real life?
Yes, that's verified.
Moving to the next message, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And would you read the date of this message into the record?
This is also July 21st of 2019.
And this is a continuation of the James and Elena story being written.
Yes.
Are you aware of which time period this message is referencing?
This is referencing a specific date of November 16th, 2019, or excuse me, 2018.
And was there something about this particular part of the story that drew your attention?
There were multiple things that drew my attention to this that I believe are pertinent to the investigation.
Can we go through those one by one?
Sure.
What is the first one that drew your attention?
So the first is that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow went to an LDS temple that has been verified. They attended the temple in Gilbert, Arizona on November 16th of 2018 together. And that they then participated in a ceremony that is a proxy ceremony for marrying people who have already been deceased.
And again, that was verified that they were at that temple together.
Yes.
and they reference the proceeding. After that, there's an indication in here, if you can read from the James and Elena knew.
James and Elena knew that they were now sealed as husband and wife for eternity.
Did that line stick out to you?
Yes, this is Chad Daybell's writing stating that when he and Lori participated in this proxy ceremony, that somehow through that, they had become once again married for eternity.
And then if we go to the last sentence, starting with they knew, would you read that into the record?
Yes. They knew they had just begun a new journey together that was eternal and never ending.
Was there something about that particular line that caught your attention?
Yes, this is the beginning of their relationship and continuation of that relationship in the coming months that encapsulate the time period of this investigation and the crimes that are alleged.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And these messages were also exchanged on July 21st of 2019, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And in looking at these messages, were there things that caught your attention?
Yes, two things primarily.
And can you walk us through those?
Yes. The first is that Lori Vallow responds to those prior clips that Chad wrote about James and Elena, saying, "It's making me so happy to read about our life," which is a verification that this is an autobiographical or factual account.
And then what is the next thing?
The next is the line from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, which says, "I love you more than ever. I can't wait to be with you forever. I'm begging father and mother. That's my job tonight." To which Chad Daybell responds, "I will be right beside you, begging just as much. I need you desperately."
And what, if anything, did that indicate to you about Chad and Lori's relationship?
That they had a clear plan to be with each other, to be together forever, and that they were both begging God for that to happen.
And again, when these messages are being exchanged, is Tammy Daybell still alive?
She is.
In your review of these iCloud accounts, was there ever any indication of Chad planning on getting a divorce?
None.
Ever any indication of Chad planning on getting separated?
No.
Moving to the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And could you please read the date of these messages into the record?
July 22nd of 2019.
You just talked about the previous slide indicating a plan to be together.
Correct.
What is it about these particular messages that stood out to you?
Again, there are a couple of different things that stood out as relevant. The first is the text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow referencing going to see a movie with Garth, who is his son. He then says, missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you. If you'll recall from a prior slide, there's a plan July 24th through the 26th for Chad and Lori to be meeting in person. And so the first line is a reference to their in-person meeting that's coming up.
And then looking at Lori's response, is there something in there that drew your attention?
Very much. She said, I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. Looks like Kauai a lot. And then responds with another text saying, hopefully we will be there someday soon together.
So there's a reference to Kauai.
Yes.
Do you know where Kauai is located?
Yes, it's in Hawaii, the Hawaiian Islands.
What's Chad's response to that?
Chad's response is significant. He says, that is the plan, exclamation point, and my greatest desire.
And then we talked about Kauai being in Hawaii. Looking at Chad's final sentence there of the last message, could you read that into the record?
Yes. I look forward to being on a tropical island with you.
I asked you earlier if you knew when Chad and Lori got married. Do you recall when that was?
November 5th of 2019.
Do you know where they got married?
I do.
Where was that?
Kauai.
Do you know where Chad and Lori relocated eventually after getting married?
Kauai.
During the time those messages are being exchanged, was JJ Vallow still alive?
He was.
Was Tylee Ryan still alive?
She was.
Was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes, she was.
Moving to the next slide. Again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, can you read the date these messages were sent into the record?
July 26th of 2019.
Looking at these messages, did certain parts of them catch your attention?
Very much so, yes.
And what is it about them that caught your attention, if you can walk us through that?
Well, the time frame is important. So these messages were sent as Chad Daybell was returning home from having spent 2 or 3 days from the 24th through the 26th with Lori Vallow. So he references that he's just gotten home, back to his home in Rexburg, and that he had a splendid time with her. And then he follows up with a narrative or sentiment that he believes or feels that he's a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in a little space under the stairs, And then every few weeks, he gets to escape and have amazing adventures with his goddess lover. The part that to me is most significant is the final sentiment where he says, then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming, exclamation point.
And you indicated he just returned from the weekend or from the time with Lori, correct?
Yes, these messages were sent upon his return back to his home in Rexburg.
So he's referencing being back home with his family. He feels trapped.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, if you can read the date these messages were sent into the record.
July 28th of 2019.
What about these messages stood out to you?
There's a couple of things. This is in reference, just for context, to a trip that Lori Vallow was planning to take with Melanie Boudreau and Alex Cox to Southern California.
And in these, we see a message from Chad to Lori about no privacy here to hardly text. Do you happen to know where Chad would have been located at that time?
Judge objection foundation.
Sustain.
With these messages, was there any through your investigation, was there any indication that Chad Daybell was going on a trip?
No,
The indication was Lori Vallow was going on a trip.
correct.
So based on your investigation, Chad wasn't leaving his home.
Correct.
Judge objection. This is leading.
Well, it was, but it's already been asked and answered.
Then we see, looking at that third message on there, the text from Lori to Chad, is there something about that that drew your attention?
Yes, this is approximately 2 weeks after Lori Vallow's husband, Charles Vallow, has been killed. She is now free from her marriage. Chad Daybell is not free from his marriage. And she says, I need a distraction while I'm waiting for you. And he replies, absolutely, I think you'll have a fun time.
And turning to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to look at these. And
Council, could I have a quick sidebar?
No, you may not have a quick sidebar. Make sure that mic's not hot. Right? Is this where Chad introduces Audrey to Lori? Yeah. Probably so. What's he doing? You better not be on that phone. Prick. I'll go slap it out of his hand. I'll fly up there in my portal. There's hardly nobody in the damn courtroom. Ew. Slug mating. Gross. Dear baby Jesus in a manger. How long is this going to go on? I mean, me. That's what he's really saying. Dear baby Jesus. I mean, me. That's Chad. Mental portals. Yeah. Closet portals. And porta potties. Porta portals. Right. Every time in and around the time they murdered people, they were going in and out of the temples. And what shocks me to death, it totally shocks me, is the fact that Rexburg is not that big. Tammy has a temple recommend at that time. And they're going into the Rexburg temple with all them people. Mm-mm. Just saying. It makes me think
All right,
of
thank you,
things
counsel.
more.
That last exhibit, I'll ask if the state would redact certain information off of that, and I'll permit time to do that. In addition, the court had previously discussed with counsel our scheduling for today, given that it's Friday and we've been through a long week. I'm going to suggest we break for the day. We have advised the jurors previously we might be stopping early today. Ms. Blake, is this a good time for us to break until Monday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any objections from the defense?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude evidence for this week. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I do want to again admonish you, especially over this long weekend. Please do not discuss the evidence you've heard here with anyone else, including amongst yourselves. You can only do that after deliberations begin. Please don't follow the case or investigate the case in any way so that you can remain objective and decide this case only on the facts and evidence you've seen here in court. With that admonishment then, thank you so much for your attentiveness this week. We will commence again 8:30 Monday with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. With that in mind, then we'll go ahead and conclude for the week.
All right, please.
Spot. I gotta text my daughter back.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess.
All right. Goodbye. They're like, bye-bye. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. And don't follow the damn case, all right? Melanie don't follow her, so we're in luck with Melanie. Aisha. Oh my goodness. Usually I don't have that curtain open, so I was working back here. And I still just have too much shit. I just need to get rid of it all. Most of it. Yeah, court is done. Court is adjourned. They need to go work, bankers work longer hours than these folk. I'm just saying. I'd be wanting to hammer through it. But my daughter's coming anyways. We're going to do her FAFSA for college so she can go be an FBI analyst. I'm like, oh, Lord, please don't be crooked. Please, kiddo, don't be crooked. Right. She surprised me when she said FBI. I was like, oh, no, not the letter agencies, not them. But I was like, at least I know you're not corrupt. And I was like, don't let them change you either. What happens in the temple stays in the temple. Perfect. The one lady on prosecution table was wiping her eyes. She probably looked at Chad too long. I just, man, so when I took myself off the screen earlier, I went to the room and I was like, Jason, because I called him during Melanie's testimony, but it was towards the end, and I was like, "You need to be watching this." And so he caught that part, from that part on. So when I went in there, I was like, "No, no, no, let's back it up because I want you to." I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back over it, not right now, but as soon as I get off of here, and just listen to it and let it marinate, Melanie, Melly, right? Yes. I mean, JJ, Ashlyn was actually the closest to JJ. And Uncle, she like would go over there and spend weeks, which is freaky. And when I found out that, my daughter just turned 18 in January. Actually, I'm sorry, December. She has Joseph Smith's birthday, right? And I'm just like, oh God. Well, uh, she had told me when this first happened that Lori had told her one time for sure that she was special. And I was like, what? I mean, talk about go livid all over again, like, and for a whole new reason, like, stop messing with my family. Aunt Satan, right? Aunt Satan, straight up. Like, I know she's special. It reminds me of whenever Kelsey told about Lori. I always get it backwards. So Lori saying, Jesus loves you, but he loves me more. Man, I wish I could be standing there with Jesus when she's standing there with Jesus and Melanie Gibb, because I want to see how this goes down. If it goes down like I envisioned it. Mm-hmm. You clip the dark equals casting's death part. You mean you clipped it? Where are you clipping it at? You clipto? No, I'm kidding. Clip. I got scissors everywhere. I like scissors. Not in a weird way. Just I like having scissors. Kids always take off with them. I'm like, hey, where's the damn scissors? Don't run with them. And the angel Moroni. So, what are your biggest takeaways from today or from the week? Oh God, maybe I should just shorten it down to today. You too, Mary Lou Purpura, you and your husband. Thank you so much for being here always. And yeah, you're so appreciated. Yeah. I don't really know, Maryland Pastor. 144,000 is such a low number to handle the entire world. Guess that was a large number years ago where they just pimpled that number out of the sky, and the KDS garment is beyond strange. But I was reading another comment because I always took it as the 144,000 was representative of leading. That's the 144,000 chosen by God, okay. And then who was it? Baby girl, I want to say, is who left the comment, or was it just kidding? I don't remember looking, because we had this conversation in the chat not long ago. Oh, true. Oh, yes, they're going to have court Monday. Looking. It was about the 144,000. Something about leading the 144,000 chosen by God to lead the light souls, I guess you could say, to heaven. I think that's what she said. Just in case I don't find it. I can't believe I kind of half-ass quoted it. I think accurately, maybe. Oh yeah, I'm having to go way too far back. I'm at 1255. Okay. Anyways, awesome witness with its descriptions and patience. So y'all, some of y'all didn't know that Rhonda was dubbed as my mom, right? I saw somebody say, son of a bitch. Yeah. Oh, hey, Maricopa. 3 hots and a cot. Hey, Aunt Satan. How you doing? How you doing, girl? Right. Thank you, Gene P. I appreciate you. I do. Adam and Eve. 144,000 is the same Jehovah Witness, yes. Except I think it's only 144,000 that will be. I think. I don't know. I got a pro backstage. Just kidding says not all of them. Many of the folks are indoctrinated from exactly. Exactly. From babies, and a lot are leaving in droves. It's the church that it's the whole concept of the church that bothers me. What also bothers me from researching into this, and I mean, I respect everybody's beliefs. Trust me, I do. I don't ever try to cram. I don't like for people to cram things down my throat, and so I definitely don't want to do that to y'all. If I ever do, please let me know. But I think we should just. I'm all about respecting beliefs, but when it comes to like murdering, red rumming children, people that are innocent, and then yeah, I'm totally against that. Okay, nothing from God should ever hurt. Okay, it's from Revelation. Yeah. I have 144,000 reasons to run in the opposite direction as these people. Just don't run with scissors. Just kidding. Oh, yeah. And Tylee too, man. Oh. Oh, man. I don't know. Like earlier when I was processing all the things and we were just kind of I was just kind of spitting out the things that, about Alex and this and this and this and this. And just thinking about it, it really, and I mean, I do it all the time. I think about it all the time. So I'm glad you guys y'all are like glutton for punishment or something. Y'all are some true purrs. Thanks for your service, right? My God, don't do math. Right? Oh, yeah. Aunt Satan. And I was going to pull up a church lady clip, but they ended, right? So there with that. But we'll go ahead and schedule a Sunday live stream, as per usual. And we'll just kind of, it'll give me a couple days to kind of the walls, right? I'm like, what? Yeah. That there's a meme or something where there's the lady and there's like all the numbers and the letters and that's me. Every time a new trial day, a new day of information, a new document dump, a new FOIA request comes back, and I'm just like, it's crazy. It blows my whole world up. Yeah, sure. According to Larry, I bawled my eyeballs out, y'all. I was like, motherfucker. Jesus, please. Yeah, I cried my ass. I mean, like, out loud. Yeah. I just won't. I don't know. I don't know if it's a miscommunication because I made it very clear, I think it was Ravina Denver that said that protocol, or what do you call it? Etiquette or whatever, is that you only should stream royals' funerals. So I don't know. I just wish somebody'd listen to just one fucking request I make. One fucking just that's it, I have one thing, and that was it. And then I learned, just like y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I mean, I don't know. This morning when I was crying, I was like, I'm not fucking going. I'm sorry, I'm cussing, but it hurts and it pisses me off all at the same time. Mm. It sucks, Don't ask me then. Don't ask me for what I want to throw in or if I have any ideas. Yes, I do. And that was it. That was the first thing that came out of my mouth. That second thing was no patriarchal, no Mormon blessings, please. Thank you. And drive through, please. None of that. I don't want none of that nonsense because that's why we're here. Straight up. Okay. No. I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Thank you. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you and Danny, both of you, so much from the bottom of our heart, my heart. Yep. That's what Larry said. And then, but I watched Nate interview Larry and he kind of snuck it in. I mean, he just, in my opinion, one could look at it and be like, well, did he take advantage of putting somebody on the spot as you're interviewing them? Like, oh, and we can stream it live. I didn't see Larry go, I mean, it was just something that Nate mentioned. And then I was like, okay, here we go. Here we go. Because I'd heard Nate say it in his courtroom, whatever days before. And I mean, I had been sitting on this news because I respect people and what they ask me to say and not say, until it's time. It's not my thing to mention. And yeah, I'm used to it. It's just the exploitation part of it. It's like it's infiltrated straight up, just straight up infiltrated and pimped out my whole family. I mean, my lineage, my ancestry and everything. Rated the bloodline, whatever. Did whatever the hell they do. Whatever the hell they do, they believe in it. And people were dead. People are dead because of it, because of their beliefs. So whatever the hell the Mormon obsession is with the whole blood type and the Aryan, the delightsome, the white and delightsome or whatever thing, it shows. No, I agree with you too, Shubs. And I mean, it's like I do my best, I still can look at Nate and I'm grateful and respectful for some of the things that he's done. I'm not going to say all. I'm not going to praise him either. Like, I'm not all about that. I'm not like, oh my God, you just, like, not for anybody. I appreciate what they chip in, but then I'm like, okay, but if you look at it from a business aspect, okay, media especially, and Frank Vandersloot owns it, I don't want to pat his pocket at all. I don't want to, but my family story has made East Idaho news. It put them on the map, pretty much. Whenever you can call Keith Morrison, just, hey, they just mentioned you in testimony. He is a good reporter. And I mean, again, I think he's just like all the other believing Mormons who, will always distance the church and its teachings from the deaths of my family, the murders of my family. They're apologists and they separate it. And I mean, I can't imagine what that would be like, but these are the same people who place said beliefs, and not even really that. It's the church. These people place a building, a place of their worship that they have to pay money to, that ultimately murdered my family. I'm not going to put that above Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe, who were humans, people who were murdered, who will never breathe again, over a place, a material thing, or even you know what I mean? Like, it's just, to me, it's such a smack in the face. It's like spitting in the wind, for real. Cognitive dissonance. I know. And I mean, I try to like put myself in there. Trust me, I try to put myself more in their shoes than they do mine. I can tell you that right now. Because I mean, Nate has interviewed everybody. He never asked me shit, and I'm just like, well, I don't think I'm that important either, but come on now. Really? Real Summer? You going to bring her a crime? What? Did you read the text messages that I read? Did you read all the things that I read? Did you research the things that I did? Yeah, I got to call Justin Lum. He texted me last night at 10 and I had just woke up from my nap after this. But anywho, okay, he says would love to Zoom with you during lunch hour, but don't want to mess up your stream. And I asked him, I was like, what do you think about Gibb's testimony today? I said, it was bizarre, huh? He said, bizarre, bizarre, not bad on cross exam. And so, okay, I guess I'm going to do a Zoom real quick before Ashlyn comes over. Yes, he's afraid of what I would say. And then the thing is, I'd try to be as respectful, but I mean, I can't help but see it that way. I mean, and then I'm at the point now where I'm just like, well, what do you want? Then I would ask the interviewer, what do you want me to present? Because it's now just like, I can pick and choose. You want me to be the victim? Like the family member victim of, I mean, not that. Do you want me to play victim? You know what I mean? Like I'm a family member, or do you want me to share with you what I've learned? Because I would love to do that. But do you just want me to, bring in the tears? Because that's not me at all. I hate fake, I'm like, ugh, I'm not a victim. They're the victims and it bothers me. And yet you would think that these people or anybody on this planet would not want victims, future victims. And so the only way to do that is to not be apologists for things. Call it out. Bad behavior is bad behavior. Don't sit there but it goes hand in hand with Nate and Summer, if you think about it, because whenever something happens to a child, usually, or anybody in the church, and they protect the perv, and you're just like, what? And they're like, forgive and forget. Forgive the offender. I don't own a church. I don't run my business like that. And my business, I mean myself. So no. Children and women, and you know what I mean? People should come first and not these freaking predators. And that seems to be the case here. So I know. It's so hard. And they don't see it. They don't see it. And it hurts. It hurts really bad. Bad. I might go cry about that real quick. No. I just, where'd I see that at? This one. No. Please. Nope. When they talked about an intervener, I was like, Ellis, is she here? Just kidding. She tried to intervene before too, remember? Book. Again, I know there's going to be books. I knew that going in, as I became accustomed to, okay, this is public, books, movies, a Lifetime movie already a long time ago, back in 2020. I'm just like, oh my, that was so gross. That was so gross just to experience. It gives me chills right now, just like pissed off chills though, because the kids were just found. And I mean, I remember I still haven't really watched it in full, like full on, just sat down and watched the Lifetime movie made about this case. And I remember I was in my room and I turned it on the TV. So it was on, but I was nervous cleaning or, just having to fidget because I could not make myself look at the TV and look at the portrayal, the same names, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It was hard. And I was just listening to it, not even watching it, just trying to, what the hell? It's just so weird. And so they should, Lifetime, hey, yo, if you happen to stumble across, down here in the gutters, across my channel, Why don't you try thinking about that a little bit? Maybe give it a year. Maybe have like a grace period, you know? Just something to think about anytime. I do too. I appreciate their dedication. I do too. Sometimes there's a thin line though, Robert. Trust me. This is not fun. This is not fun. This is my family. It's real life. And when the story is when the cases are adjudicated, they will fade and they will too. Just saying. That's just normal, I would think. But when this fades away, except for anniversary times when it's time to pump up, ratings or views, just looking at it from a media standpoint. I mean, I have a channel too. I understand how they want me to run it, It sucks in my position, it would be way better, way easier to cover this case if I were detached from it emotionally, but I'm not. That's my nephew, and that was my step cousin, and that was my uncle. Lori was my aunt. The level of just hurt is so deep. So deep. And then it really is re-victimizing with all the rigmarole that comes with it being public, because it opens all that shit up constantly. People don't mean it. I don't think they mean to say things or bring, we're just humaning, right? You don't know unless I tell you, but I don't tell you because I keep it all in. It's just easier for me. I don't want any retaliation brigade coming at me. I'm good. I don't like enemies. I really don't. I'm not a fan of, even my exes, we were friends, right? Because I don't do that. But yeah, I do feel protective of my family, and it just sucks. Anyways, but I try to, it's just, that's another thing that you guys help me with. I don't know. I don't know. It just hurts. But I keep myself distracted and just keep their story alive. That's all that matters, right? At least it keeps them in the news, in the headlines, in the media, in people's devices and newspapers, you know what I mean? And because that's going to fade away eventually, sadly, but thank you. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. But anyways, it's just it's very shitty situation, that nobody put us in except for Chad and Lori. I rest my case, You don't get Jesus cards put in your living room, because they want to interest you in the Book of Mormon, okay, with your name on it. Okay, you don't get these in the middle of your living room while you're sleeping, mind you. That was 2021 they did that. Hi, Kay. This is the missionaries. We hope all is well. Give us a call when you can. Thanks. No, thank you. Hour and 15 minutes away. I'm good. I'm good. And I live on Cox Road. There you go. I kind of vetted myself. But I've been wanting to tell y'all that. Some of y'all know because of correspondence, but I live on Cox mother effing road. And I lived here before the Coxes infiltrated my family, right? Cox / Daybell combination there. Right? I'm just saying, coincidence? These are the only ones I believe in when it comes to this crap, because I live on Cox Road. Effing Coxes. And Sue Ellen, I love your freaking, oh my God. She sent me a letter on the back. She with a pen, she drew a chicken. I was like, oh my God. I don't remember what it said because I'm putting myself on the spot, but oh my God. Read the room. Right? I was bored the other night and was I guess is called trolling. Nate making jokes about Mormons during his court insider. Oh Lord. Oh man, I don't the poor things, you know. I mean, they feel they're told that they have to defend their one true church, right? We don't have that. And it's their job to give it to us. And so we're just all stupid Gentiles. And you know, we just are worldly. We're celestial. And and so they're just like, "Oh my God," you know? And I'm just like, "Oh my God." If y'all knew the irony here, it's so crazy. So crazy. But anyway, Cindy Lou, have a great weekend. Yeah. No, you didn't upset me. No. No, you don't upset me. You make me smile, you make me laugh. You are always here, Fancy Nancy. I mean, you contribute and I love that, you know. You're not. Don't be sick. Laugh. You better laugh right now. Ha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, y'all have a good weekend too. We'll reconvene on Sunday, you know, regular choir time. Right during Courtroom Insider on my day. I'm just saying, you can't make this shit up. Anyways, yeah, Colby too. Yeah. Can y'all imagine? Anyways, yeah. Okay. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Thank you, mods. Thank you for super chats, for memberships. I always suck at this. And yeah. Okay. Like to hear it. Here it goes. All right. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof of this. Oh, damn that. Right? Freaky Friday. Bye, guys. Love you.